What's up, guys? My name is Cherno. Welcome back to another Cherno live stream. Back at it again, working on Hazel. How's everyone doing today? Hoping to get some good work done today. I think the goal basically for today is obviously continuing on from where we left off last time, but I want to get this whole swap chain device manager window class refactor basically done, and hopefully we can get the multiple ImGui viewports that we started working on last time done as well. Hi from Brazil, hi to Brazil. So yeah, that's basically the plan. Without further ado, I'm just gonna get to work because I really want to get this done. I don't really remember exactly where we left. Oh yeah, we had this weird thing where like the queue was wrong, weirdly. Oh no. Look at my window situation. Hang on, let me see if I can fix that. That's weird. I might just do this. Yeah, that's better. Just needed to reactivate the device. Okay. Yeah, still having my morning coffee. Got up kind of late today. Okay, so... yeah, so what is it that we're trying to do? So we're trying to render... looks like... render submit... So we're basically at the end of the frame, right? Or at the start of the next frame. Frame counters are on 2, actually. So when we do, I think when we do kick, if the threading policy is single threaded, we just do immediately, we just do a wait and render. And then that will, yeah, basically go through and execute the render command queue. So we're at the end of the frame effectively, and that's where we decide to do ImGui end. Are we really on frame 2 though? That's interesting. I don't think so. I think we need to... oh, and look, we have a Vulkan validation error, but that's probably unrelated. Okay, ImGui render. Execute. So, okay, so yeah, so we've written a bunch of stuff in the ImGui render to the command list. Then we're trying to execute command list. And so we've got a queue. But this is where the problem, I think, begins. So we try and submit this with the submit info. And I'm suspicious of this, like, I can't really show it because every time I press control it fades this. It's very annoying. But there's this like semaphore over here that... is there a way to get Visual Studio not to fade this stuff out? Because this is something that annoys me when I make videos and live stream. The fact that when I press control, because control 2 is a shortcut for zoom in, and I don't really want to change that because it's like muscle memory at this point. Control also fades this out. Like, I don't know if that's actually a real thing, like as in if that's going to be in here. I doubt it. I guess I could just say like, yeah, see, because control's a modifier key, so it doesn't even show up here. Probably nothing we can do. Do we have a candle today? Oh, we don't, but we probably should. Oh, actually, I mean, I've still got like this candle, which... the nutcracker candle, which... I mean, this is how much we got through it. So a decent amount. This is this was like a Christmas edition kind of candle, you know, which I used to have here, but obviously it's not Christmas anymore because it smells like Christmas, and it's not Christmas anymore, but my office, my room, like this room in the house still smells so much like Christmas, even though I haven't lit this candle in so long, because I think it's just, you know, just unlit. It's so potent. So I don't think I want to, maybe as a celebration for getting this bug fixed, I'll light it. That'll be cute. Okay, and so it doesn't really, does it say what the actual problem is? Like, what's the crash? Exception thrown in the kernel's validation, access violation, writing location. So it's kind of off of a null location, probably, when we do a queue submit. Hey, thank you, Relix, for the sub. Appreciate the support. It hasn't melted the outside. No, I guess not. I assume you're talking about the candle outside not being melted. But yeah, I don't know why. It's just like, it's making it a tunnel for itself. I'm guessing once it heats up, I can if I want, I can reset the wax or whatever and use all of it, but weird. Figure since I'm not using Prime and I'm already a Patreon and Discord member and developer when I add Twitch. Appreciate the support. Thank you. I don't think I'm subbed to anyone, even though I have Amazon Prime. Can I sub to myself? I think that would be a bit ridiculous, wouldn't it? Oh, this is very annoying. Okay, so why would this have started happening? Because obviously this didn't used to happen. But I just don't understand. Well, it's got to be the fact that, so this queue, like MQ, where is this actually stored? This is in a command list, right? No, it's just a queue. Oh, okay. And so where do we get the queue from? So we have queues. Oh, so it just, yeah, I guess it just creates 3 queues when we create the device. That makes sense because we obviously set them up. I think we should set them up in Device Manager. So it must be the fact that we just either didn't set up, maybe we missed setting up one of the semaphores. That's gotta be what happened, I think. So if we have a look at Vulkan Device Manager, so, because I'm guessing we have to probably set up the queues here. So we do find queue families. And this is mostly from Donut. So I'm kind of adapting this and merging it with Hazel's swap chain and device creation code. Actually, do we still have Vulkan device around? Yeah. This is all Hazel's Vulkan device kind of code. Which there's gonna be, I bet there's gonna be 1,000 edge cases because there's just so much, like, so many details here that we may not do, that we'll have to do. So, yeah, it's gonna be a nightmare, but whatever. Yeah, so let's have a look at, so here are the find queue families. I guess we might as well refactor this to a capital F. Physical device, get queue family properties. That's coming from the physical device. Oh, GLW get physical device presentation support. I haven't even seen this. Okay, but yes, of course we'll have that. So this just finds the family indices, I'm guessing. So these are all the queue family indices. That's what we kind of call them, because it's the index of each queue family. So I think, yeah, so you can see the equivalent in Hazel is we had this queue family indices function. MJR Legends, thank you for the sub, 14 months. Appreciate your support. We have these like queue family indices, and then that's what has graphics compute and transfer. So maybe I make this similar. Maybe I copy this, pop it here, and then we add this presentation queue. I guess I'll write it like this. The reason why is actually, so I just want to be a bit more explicit with this. The reason why is because we actually need this outside of this class. So let's pop it up here. And then this will be queuefamilyindices.graphics compute. Transfer, which is the copy queue, and present. I don't want to change things too much from Hazel's like terminology and stuff, Because also I know that things are going to be requesting this struct outside of this class. So I'm kind of... Was that right? Just make sure that refactor was right. Yeah, graphics present compute transfer. Yeah, I thought so. Because this says enable copy queue. So it's actually transfer and compute. It's in a different order. All right. Okay, so that's the find queue families. And then we do, I don't really like these check macros. So this check macro that NVIDIA has, basically, it's just, it's actually in this class. I don't know why it's not finding it. There it is. No, that's undef. Okay, let's just do define check. It's this. It's basically if not a return false. So I don't know. I'm not a big fan of this. So we'll have to see. Okay, so unique queue families. Queue family indices dot graphics. This is present. Oh, come on. Compute and transfer. Graphics, compute, transfer, present, transfer, compute. Yeah, graphics, that's already right. And then graphics. Okay, so now that I have all the changes here, I can probably see where it actually makes this stuff. So M graphics queue. So here are all the queues, right? I don't know. We'll figure out how we want to store them, but they get created, I guess, here. So let's go and find this. So Vulkan device get queue. So is this from, yeah, this is from NVIDIA. Actually, is it? I mean, it is here, but Vulkan device is what? Oh, that's a VK device. No, that's from Vulkan. So get queue graphics. Yeah, so here, that's how we get it. I'm a bit sus that these are all disabled. Like enable compute queue and copy queue are both disabled. We probably don't need the copy queue, the transfer queue, but the compute queue we're definitely gonna need. So I'm not sure why. Maybe this should just be something that is. And why does this inherit from here? Because it doesn't have that much stuff. But that's interesting. Anyway. Hey man, really cool to see Aussie working on stuff like this. Just come across your page and suggest a list. One question, does that mean with Vulkan API that you'll be able to compile to support metal? Well, we already do. Like, I mean, at the moment, Hazel supports... Yeah, if you're new, you can check out hazelengine.com and check out my YouTube channel, the Cherno, because that's like got way more information about the stuff we're building. But Hazel supports like Windows and Linux like officially, but Mac OS, like we have got it running on Mac OS before, but we don't really, like we don't use Metal directly yet. I intend to in the future, probably depending on like demand and stuff, especially when we actually have like shipped games. But we can use Molten VK, which is like a, you know, Vulkan to Metal translation layer that Mac has, and we have successfully used that with Hazel. However, I'm doing this massive like refactor rewrite of the renderer to basically move from using Vulkan directly to NVRHI, which will let us use multiple graphics APIs, including, I'll probably add Metal support in the future to that as well. So it's just like a rendering hardware interface layer to abstract, like to a fairly low level, like to create a fairly low level abstraction over the rendering APIs. Hey Cherno from Walnuts Rule. Curious what your top tips learnings would be other than consistency, I'm guessing, for building a successful YouTube channel. Yeah, last time someone asked this question, I said consistency. It is that. Like I've mentioned this before, but the single biggest thing that helped my channel was, I think for like a week or 10 days straight, I made a video every single day back in 2017. And I kid you not, like that changed my YouTube channel completely. I already had like maybe 50,000 subscribers or something, maybe less, maybe like 30. But I just did a C++ episode every day. And I think the YouTube algorithm was like, oh yeah, this guy. And then ever since then, like you can see it. I've got a screenshot somewhere because I wanted to make a video about this or something, but it basically, I went from like getting 10 or 20 subscribers per day or something to getting like 100. And it permanently stuck that way, basically since then, for 8 years. So that's crazy, yeah. But apart from consistency, I don't know, like, I don't know, because when I started YouTube, I was the only one who made videos of my type. It was 2011 when I started my, technically not this channel, but there was another channel called TH3 Cherno. The Cherno, but the 3 is the E is a 3. In the word, in the first word. But anyway, back then I was like the only person making videos like this. So I just started the 3D game programming in Java series, and people just immediately found me from search results. Like basically from day 1 or 2 of starting YouTube, I reckon I was getting like 5 to 10 subs a day, just out of like basically on day 2 or 3, like immediately, because it was just like the only one making that content. So yeah. Wow, really, that's cool. Think Mac's gaming market share will increase dramatically soon, so an engine that can do that really well will be huge. Good stuff, man. Keep it up. Yeah, I mean, all the engines can do it to some extent, but I don't know how, to what extent. And I don't know, like, Mac seems to be declining as far as Steam goes, at least. Like, you know, I like to look at the Steam hardware survey. I think it's a pretty good indication of what people are using. Obviously, it's limited to just Steam, but... And like a lot of people would be playing games on Mac, like through the App Store, you know, so it's not like the best. But obviously the more serious games, I think tend to be on Steam, although maybe that is changing as well. And if you have a look at operating system, macOS has actually kind of gone up a little bit this month, but you can see Linux still has more. Again, Linux also includes like the Steam Deck, which probably would be a decent share of that, I'm assuming. I don't know actually how well that sold. But yeah, macOS is kind of at 1.62%, Linux is at 2.2, so a decent amount more, like, what is that, like 50% more almost? And then Windows is at 96. But again, this is Steam, so obviously people playing on macOS might just be getting apps through the App Store, you know, or games through the App Store. Thoughts on AI in programming? We're just chatting today. I gotta get some work done. Okay, last question. AI in programming. I don't know if I don't know how much I've really spoken about this. I think people ask it pretty often. But AI in programming, like, I don't know. Like, I think I've obviously tried to use it. I haven't used anything like Cursor, and I've never really tried. I was gonna make a video actually where I try and make something basically using AI only, but it's difficult because I kind of know what I'm doing, so I'd have to be like deliberately ignorant, you know what I mean? I think that if you're a really good developer, like if you know what you're doing, especially in the space that you're working in, or not even, if you just have experience, have a decent amount of experience programming, building stuff, and you know the general big picture, and like maybe you don't know every single implementation detail, I think AI can be extremely useful, and I think it's like really powerful, because like, you know, for example, I don't really know that much about back-end web development, right? Like I've done it before. I've used Node.js to like make a server and have it like serve pages and access a database. I've done that stuff. Do I know it enough to just like write it from scratch right now with no reference? Obviously not. I could do that probably. I could probably write a Vulkan renderer from scratch without using anything, except for maybe some docs if I really need to. But like the header file, Vulkan.h and all of its other header files should be enough reference for me to write a full-on, almost a game engine probably. The first place I'd have to look at stuff would probably be like there's some math and non-API stuff involved, obviously, because you actually have to know what you're doing there. But you know, I don't know web dev anywhere near that extent. So like, for me to be like to AI, hey, I need like write me a Node.js server that does this and that, you know, and then I can skim through the code and I can be like, yeah, this looks reasonable, and then I can obviously use it. Like that's amazing. But if I don't even know programming at all, you know, for me to go in there and just be like, yeah, write me a website, and I'm like, I don't know what this does. Like that I think is still, I don't know if AI is trustworthy enough Well, it's not basically at that level. You know, it's going to make mistakes and it's going to screw stuff up, and there's been lots of cases about that. So I think AI is excellent under supervision. And if you have like a good supervisor, and if you know what you're doing, then I think it's obviously really good. That being said, like I don't really use it on stream much. I think first of all, because I don't really, like, I know what I'm doing. Like, yes, the work is tedious right now, and maybe AI could help, but also maybe it will just slow me down, because if first of all, this is a huge context window, right? Giving it all of Hazel basically and being like, hey, can you implement this for me or find this bug? Like, that's very difficult. I don't think it can do that. I don't think the context window is big enough. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. If you guys want me to try some stuff at some point, maybe I will, but in my experience, like, I've tried to like upload 20 CPP files to like, you know, Claude, and be like, hey, find this bug or tell me why this is doing. And like, it suggests stuff, but then I know that I'm like, that doesn't actually fix the problem, you know? So I think you'd like the autocomplete. I think I've got autocomplete, maybe. But yeah, I don't know. My personal experience so far, which is very limited with AI, has been that it's really good at simple stuff and not so great at complex stuff. And obviously, like, complex and simple is very subjective, but like, for me, by complex, I don't mean like a complicated algorithm. Obviously, it can get that right if it's like reasonably short, but it's more so complicated in terms of like, there's a large context window. Like, there's a lot of CPP, there's a lot of code, you know, it's a big system. In that case, like, I have not seen it perform well at all. So that's why it's like, it's probably great for like university projects, but I don't know if it's good for like, you know, if I was still working at EA, like on Frostbite, I don't imagine it being useful at all. Maybe for like, maybe like if I could give it a shader and I'm like, this shader is like sometimes producing nans and I can't find it, like, show me. Maybe then it could do, or like, does this algorithm look right to you? You know, that stuff it's probably, it is good at, but obviously for me to give it the code base would be absurd. So, yeah. So again, good for like pretty small things, or at least small in terms of scale things, and under good quality supervision. Okay, so we're still kind of refactoring this. So when we set up the queue, so we do the get queue here. So we've got the queue. Is that like, what, that's all we do with it? Seemingly. Don't we have to set up, but how does it end up getting all of those, like, or does that happen internally? How does it end up getting like those semaphores and stuff? Because it's got all these semaphores. Yeah, in fact, this whole queue situation. So I think the device probably creates those, right? So when you do device, when we do Vulkan create device, which goes over here, yeah, you can see here it is making this. So I'm just wondering what kind of synchronization it gives it. This all looks pretty standard. I'm just gonna look at the queue constructor. Semaphore type, timeline semaphore. Device create semaphore, tracking semaphore. Okay. What about this though? Add wait semaphore, add signal semaphore. So this must happen, right? Maybe that's part of the, so in ImGui renderer, when we create this command list and we want to execute it. So we create this command list. How exactly? Well, we do command list open, but where do we create it? What is it even? Oh, it's a command list handle. Well, yeah, we have to create it somehow. Here it is, device create command list. Maybe this does something. We don't specify a, where is the header file? We don't specify a queue for it. So by default it's the graphics queue, which is correct. No, I gotta update an iPod. Let me do that now, actually, because we're not working on multiplayer. We will be soon, I think, actually. I'm gonna take a bit of a break from this and work on Genesis soon. Okay, Nightbot should be updated. No, I'm not 29, I'm 30, unfortunately. Let me update that as well. I just done all the updates today. Okay. Done. Alright. Curious how much you want to go into this, but support or working on some basic 3D modeling system for Hazel. Nah, so basically, like, obviously building a game engine is a lot of work. So I'm clearly trying not to, and you know, I'm trying to do the most we can with the resources we have available. So if there are like any external tools that are good at something that I would love to use, like I will never build them in Hazel. So a good example is like, people were like, oh, you should make a code editor inside Hazel. I'm like, no, like Visual Studio edits code really well. Like, done. Why would I waste time building this whole code set? Like, why? Just using it. Hazel is meant to be used alongside external tools, right? And like with 3D modeling, obviously Blender like is great. And because we have hot reloading working quite well on like a background asset thread, like you can just re-export your GLTF. And because we don't have some weird import system like most game engines do, and we only build into the runtime format during asset packaging and asset packing, like which is when you basically want to play your game in the runtime rather than in the editor. It means you can like re-export your GLTF or FBX or whatever from Blender, and it will immediately update live in the viewport in Hazel. So it's got really good synergy like with existing kind of tools, right? Like you'd have Hazel maybe here or Hazel on your other monitor, Blender here because you're working on 3D modeling. You want to see it again, re-export it, it's there. You can visualize it in the game engine immediately. Or you're working on a texture, same situation. You update the texture in Photoshop or Substance Painter or whatever you're using, and then you can or even in Blender, and then you can like see it live, you know, like that kind of, it's almost like you are in a different window of Hazel, but it's just on your other monitor or whatever, right? So that's kind of our methodology, I guess, or our like philosophy when it comes to that. Yeah, I definitely do not want to reinvent stuff that that really like the good tools do externally, you know, within Hazel. Only if it's like actually necessary. Some things, you know, you would want to have engine side because maybe it has to communicate with the engine systems a bit better, or like with certain, so like for example, like terrain tools, right? Like there are external terrain tools, but they're gonna have to export in a certain format, and you usually want your terrain to be like pretty closely tied with like your renderer and everything. So that would require, you know, having your own tools. All right, anyway. So what do we get? So begin frame, device queue, wait for semaphore, and then, oh. Oh, but this already has a semaphore. But it adds it to the pushback thing. Okay. I didn't know it did that. So let's begin frame again, apparently. And then we land here. This is bizarre. It's very annoying that this has happened, though. Because, so we have a wait semaphore that's kind of null or, like, weird. Where did it get it from? Because this is so weird. Like, it's weird that because for those of you who don't know, like, we didn't used to have this problem before I refactored something. So the fact that this is something, I must have done something weird, is very weird. I'm just wondering where it gets that. Oh, you know what it might be, though? It did say we were frame 2, so maybe we successfully render 1 frame, and then the next frame, it's waiting. Nah, but that should be done basically immediately, I think. Let's have a quick look at the, if this happened. Did you ever regret starting Hazel? Yeah, I guess so. Not now, but like in the early-ish days, or like maybe even not that early, but like a few years in, I was kind of like, you know, because sometimes I have like this desire to just make a game, right? Like, I feel like I'm really like an artist and a creator at heart, right? So like, it's just that the way that I like to create is on a technical level as well. So like for me, like, you know, as I spoke at a conference recently, and I mentioned this as well. I think this is a good quote that I kind of came up with on the spot. But basically, it's like, for me, like the game, like obviously games are art, right? And making game, like that's like me as an artist making like an art piece, right? But for me, the game engine, the technology that runs the game, that's also part of that art. And so building like the game engine, it's like, that's like my medium, you know, as an artist. Like I don't just want to use some other game engine to make something. Like for me, I want to kind of make it including the technology, you know? So that's kind of, that's kind of why I think that even though part of me sometimes is like, dude, I should have just used Unreal Engine. Like I should have just made this game, because I've got like a few really good game ideas, I think. You know, one that I definitely want to develop is kind of like a story, kind of a story game, a story-driven game. Like I was like, I should just use Unreal Engine and made this game. Like I would have loved to do that. But the other, you know, I'll wake up the next morning and be like, no, but like I need to make the tech for it. Like that's part of the art for me, you know? So, yeah. So because of that, yeah, the regret thing, of course, sometimes I am like, I should have just used Unreal because it would have been easier. Yeah, so it is on the second frame. Okay. That's interesting. But on the other hand, because it's part, like it wouldn't have satisfied me, you know, if I used someone else's tech. And this is obviously silly. Like, I don't recommend this to anyone. I don't want anyone to listen to me and be like, oh yeah, you're right. I should not use anything. I should make my own stuff and only then make a game or whatever. Like, don't do that, you know? It's just that I'm not exactly like a game developer as well. Like, I don't really picture myself as that. And obviously I'm in a somewhat unique position where I can just make a game engine and make a living off of it, right? Like it's not like I need to make a game, release it, sell that game, and then based on the sales, provide for my family. You know, I don't have to do that. I can just make YouTube videos, make Hazel, work on that stuff, and that itself is my income, you know? So it's not like I need to hurry up and release something is my point. And because of that, I'm also like, if it was different, maybe I wouldn't be working on this so much, or I wouldn't, I would maybe try and release a game or make something a bit more substantial. But because I can just do this, then obviously I'm doing this because I love doing this. Okay, and I don't really love this bug though, okay, guys, I'm gonna stop talking to you for a bit and I'm just gonna lock in and fix this bug because it's really annoying. It's been like, I've been streaming for like a while now and I still haven't made any progress really. I'm still going to talk through my thought process, but I'm just not going to answer any questions or engage in banter with you guys. Okay, so yeah, so it's interesting that this happens on frame 2, basically. So the idea is that we obviously prepare this command list filled with ImGui rendering commands. And by ImGui rendering commands, I mean to render the ImGui stuff using Vulkan in this case. So that happens, and then we do execute command list, and then that should obviously run all of that stuff on the GPU because it submits the command list to the graphics queue. However, the second time that it comes around, it doesn't seem to work. And the simple explanation, 10 gifted subs. Thank you, Silent Sub 24/7. Appreciate the support just when I was about to stop talking. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll get back to talking to you guys in a minute. Yeah, the simple explanation is that when we submit to the queue, like this specific thing, we usually actually, I wonder if it submits it, with a wait semaphore the first time. Probably does. But basically, the way that this works is we have these wait and signal semaphores. Semaphores are like these synchronization objects that get, I guess, activated and used really on the GPU, right? So fences are CPU side and semaphores are GPU side. And the idea is that a wait semaphore says that before you execute this, you have to wait for this semaphore to be signaled. And a signal semaphore is just a semaphore that we signal, meaning we mark it as it's good or whatever, when the actual queue has finished its work, right? So because this work happens on the GPU and we want potentially and need in some cases a way to see whether or not it's done, that's why we have these semaphores. So signal semaphore gets activated when the work is done. A wait semaphore is a semaphore that we wait to be signaled before we begin the work. So what's suspicious to me, I might even be wrong, this might actually be fine, but it can't be though, because this is DDDD, which is probably either uninitialized memory or deleted memory or something like that. And our signal semaphore looks correct, right? It's got that looks like a valid Vulkan handle right there. So I don't know what's happening to the wait semaphore, especially because you can see we basically clear it here. And then I guess we already have it at the point where we submit it, and we should have added a wait semaphore maybe here. I don't really know how this works. This is an NVRHI side, so we're gonna have to look up how this works. And again, it's weird because this is new since we refactored this. So we might, okay, well actually, here's what we can do. We can inspect that submission the first time round, because obviously it worked the first time round, but it doesn't work the second time round. So let's have a look at what happens the first time. I'm just waiting for that breakpoint. Okay, so this is the first time. So execute command lists. Queue submit is what I should have done. I missed it. It's annoying because I don't want to rerun it because it already cleared the wait semaphores at the end of the function. I want to use your engine on a game jam someday. Well, yeah, once you probably saw the announcement, right, video where I said I was making Hazel free eventually. So once that happens and Hazel is kind of free to use, I'm definitely going to host a game jam. Oh, it'd be so cool to actually do it in person as well. Imagine hiring a venue and just having, there's probably not enough people for that, but having a Hazel global game jam or whatever. Well, not a global game jam, but a Hazel game jam, in a particular location. That would be cool. Have you heard of Tokyo Drift? Yeah, I have. Yeah, that guy is insane. I watched some of his live streams. He is cooked. And he seems to know, I haven't really analyzed him, but he seems to know what he's doing, which is nice. Although, like, he's very clearly making a game and not an engine just based on that code base. Okay, which is fine. Let's go step into specific, and then, yeah, let's have a look at queue submit. So let's have a look at these queues here. So, oh, look. Well, see, this is what I'm talking about. This is weird. This is 0. Like, how, and this is the one that succeeds, we know. So isn't that, oh, but there are no wait semaphores. So therefore it's fine. Yeah, which is, I guess it's fine. So we push back this tracking semaphore, which is valid. Because we want to know when it finishes, basically, the work, which is good, fair enough. But we have 0 wait semaphores. So how do we wind up with a wait semaphore for the next queue submission then? Because I didn't personally think we had any wait semaphores. So what the heck? We must add one somehow. I guess I'll put a breakpoint here. Swap chain begin frame. Oh, okay. Oh, right. So begin frame. Wait, but it would have done this for the first frame, wouldn't it have? That's very strange. Oh, look, this semaphore's trashed. Where does that come from? Acquire semaphores and semaphore index 2. Whoa, these are cooked. What the heck is going on with acquire semaphores? Whoa, hang on. No, this looks fine. Max frames in flight though, +1. That's not the size of this. Max frames in flight is like, well, it's 2 here. So we should have 3 of these. But maybe we should be like clearing them or something. This looks Dogecoin right here. And by that I mean dodgy. This is what the heck? Oh, this is swap chain create. Hang on. So this happens when we create the swap chain. Yeah, you know what it is, guys? I think we just don't clear it or something. Or maybe destroy is supposed to clear it though. Yeah, it definitely is. I think we missed clearing these. So when we destroy them, we just need to make sure we clear these 2. I bet that's the problem. Let's try again. And I can look at Donut as referenced because that's technically should be their code. I don't know how I would have missed that though. So where's the, because their swap chains combined, so it's a bit annoying, but if we look at create, because that's probably where, so create swap chain, the other one. Oh look, so they've got, yeah, they do their pushbacks here, which is what we do as well. And then in destroy swap chain, they do swap chain images clear. And here's destroy swap chain. Well, there's no way that they can just keep doing this though, because you're always pushing back, so they have to clear this somewhere. Or do they not? What? It kind of doesn't look like they do. That's a bit weird. Okay, well, let's just run this. Okay, we got a session. Might be different though. Swap chain present. Present semaphores as 0 now. That seems wrong. Swap buffers. Oh, okay. But this is a different viewport running. Oh yeah. We wanted to have we wanted to run not different viewports first, right? So we'll comment that out. And the reason why is because we've refactored so much, so we want to make sure this works first. But I really am interested in how the heck this works. This doesn't make any sense. Unless like I have some weird version of this. But like, how do they not ever clear this vector? Because at the moment, the way I'm reading this is every single time they recreate the swap chain, which is every resize, they just add more semaphores. Like that doesn't make sense. And reserve just reserves enough memory for that much, but it doesn't do anything to the things. Yeah, there we go. It works now. So we fixed it. Okay, I'm gonna make sure that we have the latest version of Donut, because this seems very dodgy. So let's just make sure. I don't even know, like, if we're on a special branch or whatever on earth we're on. Like, how old is this? It is on the main branch. 9th of March. And they've done a lot of work since then. Wonder if they ended up fixing anything. And I wonder if this is mostly, I guess it is mostly Donut stuff. Okay, well, let's just update to the latest Donut, which is not part of Hazel, just NVRHI is, but this is like their little sandbox. So I just want to see if they end up fixing that, or like if anything changes. Okay, well, this is just, I guess it needs to, we need to update NVRHI as well, but it should have done that, actually. This is, really weird. I don't understand this. I don't understand how this works at all. Just quickly have a look at vector reserve. Does not change the size of the vector. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't make any sense. Are we not just accumulating more and more semaphores? It's very, very weird. Very weird. Oh well, I don't want to waste too much time on that. Okay, so Hazel's back with the swap chain refactor. So that seems pretty stable and good. Let's enable viewports now, and then this is gonna burn, crash and burn, but we're gonna hopefully be able to make it work today, I hope. I hope. What's a semaphore asking for a friend? I kind of went through them recently, like in this stream. Basically, whenever you submit something to a GPU queue, you're obviously submitting like a list of instructions to be executed by the GPU. And so obviously the code we're programming runs on the CPU. So we need a way to be able to like communicate with like the GPU as to the progress of its work that we've told it to do. So when we submit this, like when we submit some work to a GPU queue, meaning to literally like a little queue on the GPU that does work, we can give it this synchronization primitive called a semaphore. And a semaphore is just a GPU side synchronization primitive that basically, there's two types, right? It's like there's a wait semaphore and there's a signal semaphore. And so I guess I'll start with the signal semaphore. The signal semaphore, that's basically the way a semaphore works. And you can think of a semaphore as just like a little flag. It's just like a 1 bit. Let's just think of it that way. 0 or 1, right? It's either not signaled or signaled. So when you signal it, it changes to the 1 state, and if it's unsignaled, it's 0. Picture it that way. And so what happens is, if we set a signal semaphore when we submit some work to the queue, then it basically will signal that semaphore that we give it when the work is done. So changes from a 0 to a 1 when the work is done. Now a wait semaphore is a semaphore that we wait on before we actually begin the work. So we need this semaphore to be signaled before we begin the actual work. So it's like there's a little, like, I don't know, flag or whatever, or gate, we'll call it a gate, at the beginning and the end of this entire concept of doing work on the GPU. The first one is the one that needs to be opened, that gate, for us to begin the work. And the second one opens when we complete the work. And that way, we have a way to kind of, you know, keep track of, you know, how, like, what the GPU is doing, so that we know, for example, when it's actually completed the work, but also we can give it a wait semaphore to prevent it from beginning the work until something is done. This is optional, like, you don't have to give it this stuff, but it works really well because a lot of like work is dependent on other work, for example, or we don't want to do things like more than, like, we want to make sure the frame is over before we do this work again for the next frame. So in that case, you could use a wait semaphore. Or we just want to know that this work is completed before we begin something else, in which case we would have a signal semaphore on that work that needs to be completed, and the wait semaphore on the other work that needs to be started, waiting on that semaphore that the other queue is gonna, or the other submission is gonna signal. So that's how those work. And like a good example of that is like in the swap chain, you know, when we actually submit, when we present, right? We have these presentation and acquiring image acquiring, I guess, semaphores, to make sure that when we actually present a frame, I'm trying to find the code. So you can see that when we, well, here we're presenting a frame. This gets a little bit complicated because we can have many frames in flight. So we want to make sure that the frame has actually been presented before we like present it again, I guess, because that's what looks like is happening here. And then we increment the index. But then the image acquiring semaphore is important as well, because we want to make sure that when we acquire the next image to render, for example, that it's actually available for us to be acquired. But I think that's like swap chain is a little bit more complicated than just thinking of it as queues of work, because they work the same way. Okay. Yes, so now we are at, we've got a little VK error native window in use. No idea what that is. Maybe we never created this. So now we're in the ImGui viewport situation, right? Did set window size run? I need to probably switch to using shader packs actually, because this is very slow. I'll build a shader pack in a minute. Oh no, it didn't. Okay. Well, we directly create a swap chain seemingly. Which should create this stuff, right? Or, wait, well, it has to do this first. So I'm just wondering why I guess it tries to swap buffers, but it doesn't. There's a few reasons why I would expect that not to work, but not the current reason. It's a bit weird. Okay, so what's the viewport size? Whoa, 16,000? Bro, what? That might not even work. Why is it worth 16,000? Where's getting that from? That's crazy, 16,000. I wonder if that's not working. Because that extent is just huge. I don't know, it might work. Failed to create swap chain. Native window in use. Okay. I actually don't know what that is. But that's why. So it didn't create swap chain. Let's have a look at what this means. The window already has a swap chain. Oh. Are we giving it the wrong window? Where does it get the window from? That's a good point. Where does it... Where's the window? Oh, we're getting it from the Vulkan device manager. Right, because Windows Surface is, oh, that's really annoying. Okay, how does ImGui... So, let's look at this file and create window. Does that create the Windows Surface as well? I think it does. Yeah, here it is. Create Windows Surface. And where does it store it? Out VK Surface. So actually here. So create platform create VK Surface, which runs. I'm just gonna quickly rotate this. Where does that run? Oh, it's supposed to run here. I guess we have to call this to create the surface. That puts it into that window data. And then we need to give it that. So where was this originally? And that's the only place where we do it, it seems. So I think it already has the window. So if we just create the surface, and this should maybe have it. I mean, what's V? What do we need? We need the Vulkan instance. Create. Well, this is specifically Vulkan, which is not ideal. Why do we want the surface to be in the device manager? That's what I'm interested in, because it's clearly part of the window. So, but there was a reason for it, I remember. I guess because we wanted this to happen, because we wanted to get the surface capabilities, but the window should probably create the surface, to be completely honest. And the window can create the surface probably immediately, right? So when does this happen? If it's not a headless device, we create the window surface. Does anything need to even be done though for that? Probably not. But I guess you wouldn't want the swap chain. The swap chain is supposed to create it out of the window, but I think the window should probably create it. So when does this call like swap chain and whatever create? So create, yeah, device manager, create device and swap chain is, we should refactor that. It's just create device. And then after that, I think we create a swap chain. So we probably want to give it a surface, I would say. So let's do that. It's just annoying because, like, I guess that's also per API kind of thing. But we can't, like, because the device manager has to work with multiple surfaces, it doesn't make sense for it to be like that. So we will, for now, we'll put it into, there's some Vulkan stuff here anyway, obviously, like Vulkan swap chain. So for now, we'll just stick it in window. And then we'll have to refactor some of this as well, but let's have a look at where it does create window surface. I'm gonna just cut that out and stick it in window. Yeah, so this is obviously this is like a Vulkan thing. So we'll need the Vulkan instance, window handle, and this should happen probably. So we'll do create window. Yeah. I'm just wondering if, yeah, probably after device manager is done. So after create device, but before swap chain. So we can do create window surface, and then we might need to do something. And I think from the device manager, can we get the instance? So create instance. Where is it? Vulkan instance. Yeah, this really needs a cleanup, bro. So this will technically be this. And again, I will have to change this slightly when we switch over to using more than one API. But for now, we'll just do that. So now the create window surface situation. Yeah, we only want to do that if we have a headless device, but well, like if we don't have a headless device, obviously. I can kind of add that in here, but oh, headless doesn't exist in this branch, so we'll just do this for now. If not headless, we'll create a window surface, and then, so we'll get rid of that, and then I think we had stuff that did window surface stuff. So destroy device, do we have a, like maybe it happens in the destructor? Yeah, we have a shutdown. I don't know if we can do that here. Okay, And then this if window surface stuff, we need to just make sure that we do. So these are just capabilities, I think. So we'll just do, where are all the like public functions that we call like create device and swap chain? Oh, this is Vulkan device manager. Okay, we'll just do it in device manager maybe. I see. Okay. Probably shouldn't call this get surface capabilities. Maybe init surface capabilities. Something like that. Hopefully it doesn't need the rest there. I think the rest are used by the swap chain. I don't even know what this is supposed to be. Let's have a look. VK surface KHR. That's a VK surface KHR, okay. What is that exactly? Oh, it's a full-on class. Holy smokes. With, oh, it's just a wrapper over UN64, okay, sure. So that's fine. I don't know if a void point is a good thing to store it as. I guess you could. Does that work? How are you supposed to convert it from? It doesn't really want any conversion, unfortunately. But how it clearly works with all of these. It's very annoying. Oh, well, look, it can take a VK. Oh, this is stupid. It can take one of these, so you can do that. It's so dumb. Where are we up to? Create window surface. So now we need to do device manager init surface capabilities. And we should have that window surface, which again is annoying that we have to go through this stupid process. That's so annoying. Because I don't want this to be I don't want this to be specific to Vulkan. This is just very annoying. I also need to see what it is for DirectX 12 and stuff, because if it's not just a 64-bit handle, then I guess it's not going to work anyway, in which case we need to have a void pointer. Okay, I am going to just do this. I'm just going to type pun it. Okay, so that should work. And then we do this, and we've got a surface now, and it's not in the device manager, it's in the window. So the reason why this is important, but we need to tell the swap chain that we have that surface, by the way. So because this is a Vulkan swap chain, we can just give it a VK surface thing. So when we create this, which I will leave down here for now, so this kind of makes sense, I guess. We'll make a swap chain from a surface. Let's make the constructor first, maybe. I have it down here because we're going to have a create function eventually that does it, because there's going to be, swap chains are going to be render API dependent. Like there's going to be different implementations per render API. Yes, and then we need the surface here. Set it to null pointer, which should be acceptable. And we need to make the swap chain use it. So over here it used to get it from the Vulkan device manager, but now it has its own. It's basically the situation. I don't like the fact that I'm mixing Vulkan HPP and Vulkan.h. I usually prefer Vulkan.h, but NVRHI was using the C++ version, so yeah, it's a bit all over the place. Okay, good. So yeah, now we're up to ImGui layer, I guess. Now we're up to this stuff. So we should already have a window here, I think. Does Viewport have the window data? Probably. Or at least, yeah, it'll be like here somewhere. Because I think we actually get stuff from it, right? That's what VD is. Or do we not use VD? Yeah, so we've got the window in here, which is important. Because what does this need? Yeah, it wants... Well, that's the out surface. Oh, so it doesn't need... Okay, so viewport's enough for it. It does want the Vulkan instance, the allocator, which we're not using. And it outputs the surface. Where does it store that? In here? No. Let's have a quick look at this function. So VD, so out VK surface. Oh, it just, okay, it goes out here, I see. Okay, let's have a look at the other version of Hazel. I'm just gonna see what calls this function. And that's gonna hopefully show us... Are you serious? Are you joking? Did I do the wrong one? No, I did not. Awesome. Let's just look here. Really? Total file search 0. Oh. Okay. Yep, yeah, so here it is. So it's the, it goes into its own little window data. All right. And it needs the instance, which I guess we can get. Basically this. Where was I here? Okay, the surface, which I don't even know what we use that for later, but I guess we need to store that. Oh, we need to give it to the swap chain. Maybe that's all we need to do with it, actually. The swap chain stores it, so, and we have probably the swap chain. Yeah, it's the swap chain we store. So we don't have to do this. We can just do, cast is there. Yeah, and then basically the surface goes into here. So, I mean, that's the same as the U164T, which I think is what we accept. So, here it actually wants the VK surface. That's so annoying. Okay, fine. Let's just get it as a VK. Where's the K key? Surface KHR. Because we're already, I mean, I guess we're not, but... I think that's already a, oh right, I need to do it the other way around. So it'll be that, and a IMU64. So that should be correct, and then that goes into here basically, is how it should work. And so now we should be actually creating a surface. Turn down the camera brightness. We should be actually creating a surface, sorry, a swap chain from that Windows surface. This is getting very annoying, but it is what it is. All right, this is from our little refactor just then. I can't believe I missed so much stuff though. Like, what did I do? Oh, wait, what? Yeah, why is that erroring? Huh. Oh, well, yeah, that's, kind of forgot this. Well, I guess it needs a lot of stuff. That's annoying. But I don't know why this is upset. Okay, so when we do create instance, no, that was in create device, wasn't it? Yeah. It's interesting that this broke. Okay, what's this dev thing? Wait, were we in here? No, we couldn't have been in here, right? What? Well, we should have already. I guess it tries to. Hey, J-Blow. What's up? Thank you for the raid. I was like, why are people talking in chat suddenly? Welcome everyone to the stream. We're just working on some really annoying refactoring, you know, because that's what mostly software engineering is. What JavaScript framework is this? Oh, don't even. Okay. Yeah, we're basically, this is a game engine called Hazel, hazelengine.com, a game engine I've been building for a while. We're basically changing the backend to be our own kind of render, like hardware interface layer, to using something called NVRHI, which is NVIDIA's. It supports Vulkan, DirectX 11, and DirectX 12. And it's just kind of like a low-level abstraction layer over those APIs so that we can pick which one we want at runtime and use that instead. Previously, Hazel just supported its own, it had like its own backend that supported Vulkan and OpenGL. Then we dropped OpenGL support, just had Vulkan. But now we want to introduce something a little bit more API agnostic so that we can support more APIs in the future. So that's basically the work we're doing right now. It's pretty boring, unfortunately. And right now I'm just, doing some refactoring, trying to get the Vulkan swap chain and the device manager and all the other kind of classes and things we have here to work with multiple viewports. So ImGui, which we use for UI, it has this ability to basically drag off windows into their own windows. And actually, I guess since there are people here, I can show you what it's like when it works. So this is Hazel with, let me do this. This is Hazel with the old, with just Vulkan rendering instead of the other thing, right? So you can basically take like windows like this one and drag them off and see. Now this is its own window, which is pretty amazing. It sounds like it should just work. But it's this is basically creating its own like separate window with its own swap chain and all that stuff. So it needs to be set up to work. And since we've moved to a different backend completely, does this actually work? Kind of. No, it just crashed. That's also a bad version of Hazel. Is it using ImGui? Yes. So this uses ImGui for rendering, but we have modified it a little bit. We had to. It's mostly ImGui though. Like it's not too extreme. Wish I could play the scene, but I don't have the thing with building a game engine is you never have like a stable version available because it's always like in development. And there's two main things I'm working on. One is real-time multiplayer, and the other is obviously this new renderer, this new like rendering thing. I don't know if we have any other scenes here. Nothing interesting, I don't think. I'd have to show you other projects, and those are a bit. Will this work? I don't know. Oh, yeah, this was a project I was working on as well. I don't know if this will play. Oh, it kind of did. Yeah, there you go. So you run around and this isn't much either. But this is multiplayer. This is like kind of like, it's set up to be like an MMO basically. So, yeah, I should probably fix the disgusting shadows before people say that this looks bad. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Scene renderer. There it is. There we go. It's better shadows because they're set up for to be in the editor. Yeah, it's a bit yeah, there you go. So that's Hazel. You can find out more on my YouTube channel, which is the Cherno. Just type in Cherno. Well, it's like my Twitch name. Type it in on YouTube. You can see the kind of stuff we work on, and you can also get access to this. It's going to be free eventually, but at the moment it's on patreon.com/thecherno. You can get access to all the code and everything. But we're going to, once it's like stable enough, we're going to make it free. Like free completely to, actually I want to get rid of this completely. Why did I, statistics. Yeah, it's like a bit more full screen. Oh, and yeah, it uses C# for scripting as well. All right, cool. Anyway, show and tell's over. I gotta get back to work. So let's continue stabbing this. Yeah, so did this really used to be... I just want to see what because I'm refactoring it and I think I completely wrecked it. No, this is going to be impossible to see, isn't it? Oh well. So this is us getting, so this comes from the physical device, right? All these surfaces. So yeah, so we just need to get the physical device. Which, the thing is, I feel like we used to do it in this for loop. But as if, because devices are good is in there as well, you know? So I think it's trying to find something that supports the requested things. And to do that, we have to get the surface capabilities from the physical device. So this does seem a bit weird now that I've refactored it this way. I guess it's just, yeah, because it's trying to pick a physical device based on that. But what do we need? I guess we just need the instance though. Oh, this is getting annoying. Because when we create, so in window, when we create, so we do device manager create, then we do create device, that creates the instance and then the device. So I think it probably already wants, when we create the device, I think it already wants to know the surface so it can pick a suitable device. We don't have to do that because I don't actually think back in Hazel, like in the old Hazel, I don't think it used to care. So this is, I think this is it picking a device, a physical device. I don't think it cares about the surface at all. So technically we could just ignore that. I don't know how I feel about that, but we could just ignore it. And it would still work. Because what does it do? It picks the min image count. Surface formats, requested format, surface format, present. Where does it get this? Oh, it gets the formats. I guess, yeah, and it wants to pick something that picks. And then can present as well. Oh, alright, this is a bit annoying. This is a bit annoying. Okay, let's not do this for now. This is not a great thing to do, but I believe we can just not do it because I don't know, like I feel like at least on PC, like on any PC, but also on Windows, like you can just pick any device, like as long as it's a discrete GPU, you're probably okay. Obviously people can have multiple and you might want to pick one over the other, but ultimately I think it's okay. So we can probably just not worry about it, because where does it pick the physical device? Let's see. I mean, create device should do that, right? Pick physical device. Was that really where that was? I can't believe I didn't even notice that. It's a bit weird. Because if it's a discrete GPU, it pushes that back, and then it probably, Vulkan, yeah, it's just pick the first discrete GPU. So all the other stuff is kind of a bit weird. But it just, I guess it just makes sure that it fits. So I maybe want to make sure that it does actually work but we'll probably address it later. So I'm curious as to why this is now not compiling though. Like what happened with this? I think I may have accidentally... Where is this defined? Yeah, just in here. Like, how did I break this? Because that used to work. Let's see if there are any other compile errors. I mean, there's this. Oh, what? This shouldn't even exist. Why did this break? What? How is that related? See declaration of Vulkan swap chain. Oh, because it has a swap chain? What? It shouldn't. We're not even using this anymore. Okay, that is really weird. But also, this is upset. Keep the sun out a bit more. This is what it is probably. Macro redefinition. Yeah, so... I don't know if I should be doing this in a header file. Yeah, so I moved it to Vulkan swap chain, which is not... We don't need this here. Let's try this. It's still upset. Well, yeah, because it's, But why, Why do we even use that? So, yeah, okay. I think this like needs to be in one file or something, but it's just a bit annoying because I probably need that stuff here. Yeah, I definitely do. Let's have a quick look at how Donut did that. I mean, I think it basically compartmentalized everything. Well, it did this. I guess it had this, which might work better. But it's still annoying because I don't really need it in other things, right? Let's just see if this works, and if not, then... Yeah, because it's not using the dynamic one for whatever reason. So it's supposed to use the dynamic one, but it's using the static one, and then it's not a member of the static one. But why? What have we done with, let's search that. So that must be deffed somewhere. But it doesn't look like it is. Because you can see this is grayed out, so... Weird. And it used to just be here. I guess the reason why is because if we include Vulkan, but this is very annoying. Shouldn't we just define this in the compile settings? If we are sure we want to use that, because otherwise this is stupid. Then if we actually include Vulkan in many places, then it's not gonna work. So, I mean, I probably want to do this in the pre-make. I mean, I definitely want to do this in the pre-make, but let's just see if it works first. And in the meantime, here? Okay, what do we get here? I don't understand what happened here. I think it might be like a recursive include or something. Yeah, this shouldn't exist anymore. Renderer. This all needs to be rewritten anyway, so I'm not really... We're not up to that yet. Okay, so we compile now. I forget where we were up to in terms of running. Oh. Yeah, why did we even... Oh, because of the surface situation. So we're... Right, so we're still trying to get the surface to work for multiple viewports. Oh. Oh. We have something. You guys can't see this, but there's this black box. This black box is across my entire other monitor. So it's definitely creating a window. Now it's also creating a window every single time I drag. You can see there's like a lot of instances now. So that's amazing. I think the set size function and stuff is probably not implemented. So let's have a look at what it's calling. Vulkan, or rather ImGui layer. So I just want to log all of these functions because I want to see what it's doing. Actually, no, it didn't put a breakpoint on this at all. Well, yeah, I'm surprised it's not crashing. I'll put it that way. Probably should be. Okay, so render window swap buffers is being called on viewports every frame. And then before that, just create a window and then render window swap buffers. Okay. Seems reasonable. Now what happens if I do that? Okay, so let me maybe make it not log this every frame. So it's very hard to check it out. Oh, it doesn't actually do anything. So how do we end up with all of these? Or is that might just not be clearing it then? And what about this? I can't move this around or do anything with it, which is a bit weird. And also the fact that this is not being drawn up here, due to that is weird. But also set window size is never running. That must be the 16,000 wide window because it's going just to oblivion. I can kind of try and move that in, but it's not, first of all, it's not moving, right? So the window's probably not getting any events or something. It's supposed to, we are doing this, so update platform windows is running, which is why it's a bit strange. Because it should be doing basically everything normal in there, probably. I might have a quick look at old Hazel, just to see if it was doing anything special. So here's update platform windows. So it was just doing render draw data for the main window. And then obviously, yeah, we did like new frame. It doesn't look like it does anything special at all. And like we haven't implemented half the functions, but they're not actually being called. So, isn't that weird? I mean, I suppose we should try and render. So present does something, but we could try and render the draw data. That would probably be the next step, right? So ImGui render window. So that's what this used to do. Yeah, it has to do all the swap chain stuff, doesn't it? Well, actually, no, it just does, yeah, begin render pass, then render draw data, and then end render. Yeah. Okay, well, let's have a look at how that ties in with our rendering that we do, because we have the ImGui renderer, right? So that just renders to a frame buffer. That in this case is actually part of the swap chain, but that may need to change. So we basically need to do this. I wonder how this works though. And also, what's weird is that how does this have the draw data of what it needs to render? Like, that's odd, isn't it? So ImGui render, and then it must just take it from ImGui. So that's wrong. Yeah, here it is. It just does ImGui get draw data. It has to be told what draw data to use, otherwise it doesn't make sense. So let's change render to basically do that. And then obviously we can use this for the main window, and then render render window would have to get the swap chain. So viewport data. How do we get this though? It's the renderer user data. Oh, we have it here. Oh, that's already that. Okay, so we have to probably begin frame. And then, oh, but it's that swap chains thing. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we could maybe just do ImGui. Oh, we need access to this class as well. That's annoying. I mean, it's okay. So just do context. But actually, no, but how do we get access to that? Boy. Well, let's do this. We'll see if this works out, but I intend to have the renderer be static. Because it's not... Like, it does have a lot of state, but it's not... There's only really going to be one of it, but I still don't really quite like this. We could maybe do it on attach. Wonder if... I think I'll make it a pointer. And then let's make a new ImGui renderer. I just don't think that... I'll have another quick look, but I don't think that each window should have its own renderer. I think that's very overkill. Because it just has a... Back buffer resizing though. Pipeline. Oh, so it recreates the pipeline state object based on... but that's... Does it cache that? No. Really? How does that work? Draw state pipeline. For that draw state. Frame buffer, get PSO. So it just full on creates a graphics pipeline. What? Oh, if PSO. And it holds it there. Yeah, okay. So that's not gonna work. But that's so wasteful, isn't it? I want to come up with a better way to do this. Because, so here's the frame buffer, and then we do... I guess it would have to cache that per frame buffer. Would that be fine? Yeah, that would be fine. And that would probably work with everything else, right? Yeah, command list though. Command list. Open. The command list situation only happens within one function. So we could probably make this be like parameterized. So yeah, I think what I'll do is this. I'm gonna change that get PSO function. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna basically introduce a little cache for this. So instead of just being like, oh, PSO then return, let's first of all make this pipeline handle, but also I kind of want to have it'll be a pipeline per frame buffer kind of thing. So this, which is really just a frame buffer handle, I think if I have a map, it doesn't have to be unordered, of that to this. We'll call it the pipeline cache, even though that's something else in Vulkan, but whatever. I guess I should do that. And then I'm gonna make this. It's the same thing as the frame buffer handle. I think frame buffer handle is just cleaner. It's a type def. Expand this a bit to look more like my code. Let's do I don't really want, yeah, okay, that should be okay. Yeah, but the problem is if this resizes, I guess you have to, yeah, basically clear the cache. That's basically what it's doing. And they're all reference counted, so they'll all delete. Okay, so yeah, so that's better now. So I think that will work now that it's static. We just need to make sure we do it once, but this is an ImGui layer thing, so this happens once, and then yeah. So now that we've got that static renderer, it means that we don't have to do anything here, I think. And then when it's time to render and we do begin frame, we can probably just do render. So the draw data will be the viewport's draw data, which is just viewport draw data, and then the frame buffer is going to be now. We didn't exactly... Oh, yeah, the swap chains frame buffer for this window. So, swap chain, I guess, get current frame buffer. And yeah. Pretty cool, but will it work is the question, and I'm not so sure. Come on, compile. What's up, guys? If you have any questions, now's a good time because I'm waiting for this stupid thing to build. I think it may have just stalled. Oh, no. It's good. What are you debugging? I'm not debugging, I'm refactor, like, I'm implementing. I'm working on multiple viewports for ImGui, and it's still not working, but it didn't crash or anything. So it should actually kind of be rendering stuff. That's weird. So, where's render? So that's actually being called, which is interesting. And we obviously have a valid frame buffer. The width is a bit suspect. It's like 16,000. Okay, so what happens if we... But yeah, but the problem is, since this is so weird, it's fine when it's maximized. And in fact, it looks like it's scaling stuff like twice or something. Like it's going off twice here. Yeah, that's really weird. The fact that this is offset is super weird. If I try drag off something else. Okay, so that works. Oh, and I can drag it. Okay, so this actually works. Look, I create another window. Here it is. It's black, but here it is. And I can resize it even. See? Now, why is it black? That's a good question, but it's kind of working. Also, this being offset is super weird. I would say it's something to do with that. Yeah, but that's the main window as well, right? Why would the main window be offset so much? Very strange. So set window size basically, oh, does run, lol. I just said it doesn't run. I don't know where, oh, well that must be when but what's it supposed to do? So, see, this is the thing. Now we go back to, I guess this, and we have a look at set window size, and we see what it does. So it does create or resize window. Oh, well, yeah, it's gonna have to, recreate the swap chain. Probably. But I think the difference is that our swap chain may do that itself. That's why it wasn't erroring us. Create or resize window just recreates the swap chain. Yeah, I want to make that window not be 16,000 large as well. Let's have a look at, there it is, 16,000. Let's make it like, I don't know, that big. Yeah. Set window size. Yeah, I really don't know if we need set window size, to be honest. I guess I want to see where that's called from. But we may not be able to find it easily. Oh, right. This is what I meant to search for. If last renderer size is different from viewport size, then we do it. Well, yeah. I don't know if we need to though. Okay, so here's the content. Yeah, so the content browser is still behaving really weirdly. Here's that log window, so that's fine. And I don't know, docking is weird. Still black, but it's weird that I can't move this. But if we have a look at, if we have a look at what was I about to do? Oh yeah, I just want to see, I guess it's an ImGui, maybe it's like in here. With this whole viewport situation, like how many do we have? 3. So I guess that's kind of correct. Because it includes the, wait, it includes the main one. Is that right? Viewports. Always 1+, yes. And generally 1 unless, yeah. So it includes the main window. Update platform windows. So we start at 1, by the way, it's worth noting. So, yeah, so that's that. Wonder why we're not seeing anything, though. Maybe we should debug that first. Because we should be rendering to it. And we're not getting any errors. I would have expected errors. But it's just black. And I'm guessing we have draw data to render, right? Like if we have a look at, oh, it's in the renderer. If we have a look at render in here, a render window, then viewport draw data. Yeah, so we got stuff to render into the current frame buffer. Width and height looks good. Everything else looks good. I mean, if it wasn't, we'd probably get errors. So, and then present, I'm guessing, yeah, should also work. Very strange. No, this is the main one. Oh, wait. I mean, we shouldn't be rendering the main one, right? Hang on a minute. Yeah, that's weird. We shouldn't be here. This is the main window, I think. What's the call stack? But it says 1. What? And now I've got 2 viewports, which is correct, yeah. (2568 by 1441). So that should be, yeah, that's the first one, which it is. But this viewport, oh, it's 110. Okay, sorry, that is right. Right? Oh no, but this is wrong. Oh, it's using IO display size. Ugh. Yeah, this needs to be based on. It shouldn't be using any. Yeah, this is why it's not working. Okay. We need to rewrite this function. Yeah, so this is kind of coming back to me because I have done something like this before. But basically, I think we need to take in, well, thanks. I hate my keyboard. I don't know why keys keep firing multiple times. It's so dumb. Need to fix it somehow, I guess. So ImGui viewport. So where's that stored? In ImGui? Good. So ImGui viewport is basically what we have to change this to use as its context, because not only does the viewport contain the draw data, which is important. Again, that keyboard. Right? Is it not called that? I am draw data. Not only does it contain that should work now, but also it's got, yeah, all this IO stuff. Like, I don't think we should be using this. So I think this should all be inside, like, probably the viewport. Like, display frame buffer scale. I mean, it might be. I am draw data actually has frame buffer scale, interestingly. Is it called that? We can try use that. And then display size comes from, I think it's just viewport.size or something. I still don't draw data scale. What? Where's this in? I'm draw data scale clip rects. Well, that should work. Yeah, that. What? Oh, that should be a capital. Okay, let's try that. Then we obviously have to feed in the viewport. So for this, yeah, it's just the viewport. That's easy. And then for this, it's like get main viewport. So let's try that. I vaguely remember that from years ago. Debug builds. The worst. Let's see if we see anything now. We should. Okay, well, no, it's exactly the same. Wow. Did not expect that. So let's have a look at this now. We've got draw data. Size looks better. Position, size. I'm guessing it'll have one of these. Pipeline cache 13. Well, yeah, because we got all the different swap chain 333. I mean, 13 still seems like a lot. Oh, it's also different sizes though, right? Oh, that's not very good. This is a bit not good, I think. I changed my mind. Maybe it should just... Ugh, that's very annoying. Maybe we should have a renderer per window in that case. That's very annoying though. Draw state viewport. Viewports. Pushback. Viewport size. Frameable scale is that. Where is it drawing to though? Like what? Like I'm just curious if... I guess it's got all of that though, right? So like vertex count 201. Like this draw index should already have obviously bound that when we do set graphic state, yeah, it would have begun the render pass. And then executed the command list. And then it's probably ready to do the next one. So it does, yeah, begin frame for its swap chain and then render. That's so strange. I mean, I'm expecting that the command list, like, we can, since we're submitting stuff, we can reuse it, right? But by opening it again? Well, the other thing is, I guess it's got its own geometry. Reallocate buffers. Oh, yeah, that's probably not good. Because it'll do that. Okay, let's try this for now. Yeah, this is spiraled out of control, unfortunately. Let's try this for now. Let's go back to ImGui layer, and instead of having like that static thing, let's instead have one per window. So we're gonna add an ImGui renderer here. And then when we create a window, we'll create a renderer. Obviously have to destroy it later, but we won't worry about that for now. And then we'll use its renderer basically to render instead. Just wondering if that changes anything. Because yeah, I'm definitely sus about the fact that the command list gets submitted and then it may not happen immediately, but we already update the buffers for the next window. That's not good. That probably won't work. I'm very surprised that it's not giving us any like errors or validation warnings or whatever in that case. But we'll see if this even works. It should probably. Okay, it doesn't. Command list was null pointer. That's weird. Oh, did we need to run something to initialize it? I think there's an init function, isn't there? Or not? Oh yes, here it is. So if there's an init function, then we don't have to make it like that. We don't have to make it a pointer. Exactly the same. Oh man, what is going on? That's so strange. We might have to bust out RenderDoc or something, or Insight. Okay, well, I mean, I'm more concerned about why this is black. Or maybe, what if it's an, it might be an offset thing. Oh, that crashed. Oh yeah, because we probably tried to merge it. Destroy platform window. Yeah, we didn't actually clear this, that's why. It's just an set. Oh, I was very upset though. Like, yeah, like the offset within the window or something seems weird. But only when we have platform windows. Oh, that is bizarre. What changes though? So if I go back here and I just disable this viewports enable thing, let's have a look at if this works. Like it then works by if the offset is correct. It probably will be, unfortunately. Yeah, so the offset's fine. But then when we have viewports enabled, it's like suddenly it doesn't know where to render it. Which is so strange. Like, does it change or something? But how? It's using the same code. Oh, that's so weird. I can't even imagine why that would happen. I mean, I guess I can have a look at what viewports enabled does, like what it could do. But it's still so strange. Translate windows in viewport. Translate the ImGui windows when a host viewport has been moved. Could this be it? Delta position. Oh. I mean, yeah. But would it be happening for the main viewport? This does look like it's for the main viewport. That's so strange. So every time we move this, that happens. Translate window, and that just, yeah, changes the start position. Huh. Should we be reading the position when we render or something? Is that maybe something that NVIDIA's renderer didn't do? Draw data displays. Ah, it's good. So it does that, which is what I changed it to. But I just wonder if there are any offsets. That would be in the window though, which doesn't even get taken in here. Well, there's setup render state, does draw data display position, translate, setup scale and translation. And that's for overall. So maybe this needs to happen. Does that happen in any form here? Really doesn't look like it. And what are the shaders doing? Are there any push constants? Yeah, there's this push constant, but there's no position. It just takes that, so that's wrong. That probably needs to be fixed. If we look at what they did, so they had scale and translate, and then you can see they actually did a position times scale plus translate. So I think we should probably do that. So let's add two, whoops, let's add two more of these. Scale and translate. Might as well fix this. And then this will be, yeah, sure, I can do that first. And then it can do times scale plus translate. Times scale plus translate. Okay, let's see. So obviously we have to set it still, but that might work. How do we set the inverse display size? So set push constants. So let's do this. Struct push constants. So there's the inverse display size, and then this is what they had. Realize I don't need that. Wait, why does that already multiply with scale? That's weird. Could it only do times scale? Oh well. We'll see if this works. Okay, let's try that. I don't know. It's weird that it was not it makes sense for this to theoretically fix it. Okay, so this is upset now. In the set graphics state. And why? Frame buffer's null. I don't see how that would have changed anything, bro. To do with the frame buffer. I didn't change anything there, right? I just want to see if viewport's still enabled. Yeah, they are. That was weird. Okay, well, it's good that it's consistent. Oh, maybe the shader didn't compile. Nah, but it would have told me, right? If the shader didn't compile. No, but also the frame buffer is null, so render platform windows default. So we're going into here. Right? We're inside of, yeah, what the, how is this now happening? Swap chain, and then get frame buffer. Frame buffers, where are my frame buffers? They seem to be there, bro. Okay, what? Draw state frame buffer, well that's there. Got an image and everything. Format's unknown, which is weird, but oh, if not current. Oh, so that's fine then, right? Wait, so what's the issue? So begin render pass is not happy, but why? Why doesn't it tell me what the issue is? It's just like crashes. Oh, it's trying to allocate memory and it's crashing, so that's weird. Begin render pass. It's got to be something here, right? Width and height look fine. The frame buffer has a render pass and a frame buffer. The command buffer looks fine. What? Very weird that this started happening now. And for what window, I wonder? I guess it's for that one. No, it hasn't even gotten up to the push constants, I don't think. So annoying. But like the shader should compile, right? Because I can double check it. Yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't. I'm assuming that this can happen here rather than here. But like, again, that's not going to stop it from compiling. We can try and move it if we need to later, but that should be okay. It's just what else did I change? Nothing, right? I don't think I changed anything. Pretty sure all I changed was the push constants. That's it. And I don't think it's even. I guess it's happening. Well, it won't be happening on the main renderer, right? Oh, that's another thing. I could try disabling viewports again and seeing if the main window renders correctly with that new code that we have there. And then we'll see. Oh, I'm getting tired though. I really want to get this working today, so that next time we can start on Hazel's renderer. And then we'll do massive cleanup at the very end. Oh look, it's not even working with this. What did I do? Ugh. Has it rendered any frames? I don't think so. But what's super annoying? Maybe I like corrupted some memory or something. But how? By doing this. Let's just not do this. I guess we'll go back to this invert. This is the only thing I did. It's bizarre. So this was like, you know, 2 or something floats like that. That's the only difference, I think. Unless I did something else. But pretty sure that was the only difference. So the only explanation is, well, it's not the only explanation, but maybe I destroyed some memory. It's black, but it works. Well, yeah, the shader doesn't work. I think that's why it's not. So it is that. What did I do? How did I destroy everything? Guys, what is wrong with this code? Do I have to like set the size of the push constant somewhere? But because I don't even reach this function, I'm pretty sure, right? It just crashes in here. I could run it without this. Just not set push constants and just see if this works. And divide by 0 wouldn't cause this. It's got to be something to do with memory, but I'm not. What could it be? It's like, I don't know, it looks completely normal, like it's, what? I don't understand at all what could be causing this. Yeah, so that works. Okay. So if I don't set the push constants, it works. So what? So if I do, it doesn't. So it must be on like the next frame or something. But what's wrong with this? So this one's a void pointer, which is getting of data and then the byte size. I mean, maybe it's like, maybe there's like padding. I have to look up padding. So constant buffer. HLSL constant buffer padding. Packing rules for constant variables. That's like the only thing I can think of. Three times 16 byte elements. Yeah, so I guess it pads it out, doesn't it? These are C buffers though. Whereas these are a VK push constant. Like, would it have the same? Because that's kind of different. And this isn't, remember, we are still using Vulkan though, not DirectX. And these aren't, constant buffers are not push constants. These are root constants in DirectX 12. But we're not using that. Well, they look like to be at 4 byte boundaries, no? Which should be correct. Okay, you know what? Oh, that's so annoying. I don't want to do that. Because if they're at 16 byte boundaries, I mean, I kind of get it, but I don't know if they would be. And I don't know if the rules would be the same. What about Vulkan push constants padding? Let's just try that. I mean, because it is GLSL. Yeah, and the thing is, we're not using Vec4s with Vec2s. Like, we're just using float 2s. So they should just be at 8 byte boundaries. So this should be like, you know, 24 bytes. Let's have a look at this. So if it's not 24, then yeah. Oh wow, it does this a lot. I mean, sure, but I guess that's within this, and I guess there's like it still might be just one frame. Let me just see. ImGui layer and render. So there's 3 command lists, and yeah, they've. I guess they've got varying things. So that could also be, but it works successfully a bunch of times until it doesn't. But again, it's the graphic state that doesn't work, even though... this is so annoying. This might be a question for ChatGPT. Or for Claude. To just give it that code and be like, what's wrong? Worth adding another float. But I don't understand why this would be the case. It really shouldn't be. I don't think. Because they're all the same type as well. Yeah, that's not doing anything. That's so annoying. Let's have a look at this as well, but I don't know, man. This is annoying, is all I can say. Alright, so let's step into here. So, byte size, we got 24, and then the data, if we have a look at the watch window, which you guys can't really see. If we cast the data to floats, and we say we've got like, how many floats do we have? 6. Then this is what we have, apparently. Is that right? -1, -1, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Is that really correct? Yeah, it is. So there's all our data. It's here. And again, that seems to work because it doesn't scream at us for a while. There's 8 things inside here to do. 8 draw calls, apparently, in here. Is this the main viewport? Yeah. Oh, we've disabled viewports. So this is... Yeah, so this is just the main viewport. Oh, this is actually so annoying. I hate stuff like this. Scale transfer. Obviously, like, I could also just make this like an array of 6 floats, or I don't know, I could do a bunch of different things, but And how, like 24 bytes of data, like that's not... Now, I guess another thing technically is like this pipeline. Well, but I guess it happens here. So, oh, what if it gets manually specified here? Because this doesn't go through Hazel's pipeline code. That might be it, guys. It's probably the fact that it doesn't. It is. I totally forgot about this because in like, if it was a Hazel pipeline, it would actually get this information from the shader. But since it's not, it gets it from here. So let's do glmvec 2 times 3. So the size was not set there. That's so annoying. But I don't get why we didn't get like a Vulkan validation error. Because that would have told us exactly what the problem was. Instead we just get a crash. Like, that's really annoying. Because Vulkan validation would have probably been like, you're trying to set this many bytes on push constants that are declared as this much in the pipeline. It's usually pretty good with stuff like that. So that is super annoying. Okay, let's see if this works, which I imagine it will. Okay, it does, but we do get a black window, which is a little bit worrying. However, if we go back to here, I think it only did this. Or did it do it all the time? I guess it did it all the time. Yeah, so we may want to do... I'll try this. I'll try do that first. So we can grab that input position before we do that other stuff and do that first. I don't know if that will work. I actually don't even know like what it's trying to do exactly. Well, it's pretty basic here. But it's doing that flip here. So here, that means it just has to do that. Okay, so we don't actually have to do that in the shader. That's why it's not working. Okay, that makes sense. So this won't work, I imagine. Yeah, and let's get rid of that size as well. So because we have that done, the -1 and everything, it means that we don't have to do this at all, I think. I think we can just do that. And then I can get rid of that from here. This can go down to being, where does it create that stuff? Where on earth? I should really change it. Here it is in it. I should make init be up there, and then we'll get rid of invest display size. So that kind of does, well, actually, we'll see if this works. I'm imagining it will, because this is coming right from the ImGui shaders that are in the ImGui repository. It's just chilling here. Oh, yay. Okay, there we go. So that obviously works, that math. So now, let's enable viewports. And now, hopefully, we won't get that weird translation offset situation. And I'm probably going to end the stream soon. Okay, no, it's very bad. Ugh. And it's not rendering here either. weird. Well, yeah, that's it. It's doing the same thing that it used to do, but now it's taking this. It's actually taking into account display position. So that is definitely new. But it's still not working. Scale plus translate. Yeah, that looks good. What about all this stuff? Just doesn't seem like it does any of it. Oh, well, there is scale clip rects. That's probably different. I'm assuming that is correct, but who knows? Because from there it's pretty simple. Like, it doesn't do any other offset. So it does do, so this clip racked situation, it looks like it, like, but this is just scale clip racked. So actually, yeah, that's probably wrong. Oh, just right off the window, that's fine. Okay, so I guess let's try that then. So we, I guess, need to do this. Instead of basically this. So that's what it used to do. We're instead going to do something else from it. So frame buffer width is obviously going to be... Okay, it's the draw data. We probably already have this somewhere, but it's that. So we do that, which is good. That didn't used to happen. And then X, Y, and width and height is... So clip min X, clip min Y. And then width and height is max minus min, and yeah, max minus min, flex y. Okay, so with better clipping, let's check it out. Oh, well, that didn't work. Strangely. Ah, you know what it is? It's probably, this probably is a width. Or like, sorry, it's a rectangle, so this might actually be, yeah, max. So in which case we'd have that. Right, max y, min, oh, min y, max y. Damn, I completely butchered that. So min x, max x, min y, max y. Okay. Oh, guys, we did it. Don't worry about that. I guess we can make it destroy the window now. So both the context and the renderer, oh, we don't need context anymore. So the renderer, the swap chain kind of gets deleted. I guess we can make this also a unique pointer to avoid that. I might go back to just using a static renderer, but yeah, I really don't think that's a good idea, to be honest. Okay, so that's good. Which means, yeah, we just need to delete that, I think. And then set the pointer to null, because that's what it wants. I think that's, oh, well, obviously, no, actually, hang on, destroying the window, though. Oh, but this is from the renderer side, not from the platform window side. So actually, that's it, I think. As long as they're unique pointers and then we delete that. Maybe we should use ImDelete, though. Okay, so this is still black, kind of. But at least we got this offset working, right? And if we consume that window, it comes here. So that works as well. And then dragging out works, but it's weird. And the content browser is just the broken window for whatever reason. So weird. Look at this. What could be the issue? So swap chain, begin frame, render, present. Is that the correct cycle of what should happen with the new renderer? So we do begin frame, I guess rendering, and there's not, it doesn't matter, and then yeah, present. Well, yeah, it's really just begin frame and present, I think. It's basically all we need. I mean, process events. That does do swap chain on resize, actually. Let's try to incorporate process events. So, oh, but that should be maybe a window thing. Yeah. It could be could be in set size. Let's try this. Let's try and put into the set size, set window size function. Let's try and do swap chain on resize. Size X, size Y. I don't know if this will work exactly, like, because we have more of a reactive thing rather than an event thing. Well, at the moment anyway. We didn't used to, but with the new renderer it's come with that, so we might change it. But either way, I don't even know if it really calls set size. I mean, we can force a resize, obviously, by just trying to resize the window, and then it will actually call that function to recreate the swap chain, which is important, because that's my suspicion. I don't even know what size it's created it at, you know, and that's a bit weird. Okay, so if we, that's all weird. And the log, right? So if we, can we try and resize the log? Is that gonna work? Okay, does it call set size? Yeah, set window size. So it's definitely called that, and yet, yeah, it's still weird. I also wonder if it calls it at all before. And in fact, if it's even correct, let's see. But yeah, now I'm a bit more suspicious. So window process, what else does it do though? Well, yeah, poll events is kind of, I guess, important, but then, yeah, then that's all it really does. It does set the data. Because the window is coming from elsewhere. Oh, well, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, the window is not coming through our window class. So I wonder if there's anything important here. Probably. Okay, it doesn't actually call set size initially. Only when I guess I resize it like this. And yeah, it does look correct. And it does recreate the swap chain and it doesn't complain. What could it be? It's gotta be like, maybe the maybe the render state is somehow wrong. I've been through this so many times though, and this so render draw data. Does this happen? Let's have a quick look at this again. So there'll be render platform window as default, which does platform render window, which should be render window. So if we have a look at this, and then this does the render draw data with the Windows pipeline and the viewport draw data. So that's kind of what we're doing. I mean, if we have a look at begin render pass, so yeah, obviously we need to set the render pass extent. Does that happen correctly? I'm imagining it will. It does. We're setting the viewport clipping recs, but what about the viewport itself? Yeah, so that's what this is, and that's fine. So there's one scissor rect, but for this, it's viewport size X times frame buffer size. So that does look correct. I'm imagining. We do have this thing. I'm not too thrilled about this, but it should work. Obviously that's the same. And this is all in the draw state per viewport. Like as in it uses the size from the viewport. It doesn't even get ImGui AO anyway, so it doesn't get the global thing anywhere. And then we've obviously got this to work now, it seems. So I don't know, the graphic state looks fine. I'd be more inclined to say it's something to do with like the swap chain, but that also looks fine. Get current frame buffer. Well, that's what we use to render the main viewport too. Oh, hang on a minute. Maybe we don't do this. Or do we? Do we have to do that? Doesn't that happen elsewhere? Yeah, we probably don't have to do that. I mean, I'm sure it's got draw data. Right? Because platform, well, I mean, we can check, but it's already running. So, because render platform Windows default probably does that, I'm guessing. Because render probably does that, actually. So render probably does all of them, right? Yeah. I'm guessing. Because you can see it goes through viewport size. So it builds the draw data for all the viewports, and that happens in end. That happens here. And then when we go through, obviously, we get into the viewports. So that has to exist. And that's why when we look at this, we actually have data, right? We've got 3 command lists apparently. And then I'm guessing they have obviously draw data in them. Total index count Vertex. So it's definitely got stuff to render. Does it need to clear it or something? Clear the screen? Render? No, I mean, it should be doing that automatically. Very strange. Is this really false? Instance parameters. Isn't device parameters. No, it can't be, because we are getting Vulkan validation things. Yeah, enable debug runtime is true. So it should be it should be giving us stuff. So this is it. Don't know what this is. But anyway, so we could try RenderDoc just to see what's happening in that window. Definitely looks like it's not even being cleared though, but it has to be. Okay, I guess I'm gonna try RenderDoc. Or Insight. We'll start with RenderDoc. Because, I don't even know what it will show exactly. Because I'll need it to do it for that window. But maybe it will work. Can I just do this? We are in a debug build. It should clear. It should, I guess it's, but it does look like it's not even clearing. Okay, so F11 and then print, and then F12. So this is our window that's broken. Q submit, no command buffers. Q present. I mean, we do a lot of stuff. Here's all the rendering. But look, that's all wrong. Why is that our swap chain image? Look, it's like we're rendering this. What? Or is it confused? They might be confused, but we are sometimes doing qsubmit with nothing. Ah, that's this though. That's just to get this semaphore signal to work. I don't know if that's strictly necessary. It's just trying to get the graphics queue to finish before it does that. But to be honest, that might not even work for multiple viewport ports, right? I don't know. Because for that specific swap chain, I probably want something else to happen. And so what's happening here? Looks like it's drawing a whole bunch of stuff here as well. And that's probably the other viewport. So it definitely does look like it's doing stuff. So it's got, I guess it's got three. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Hang on. No, but that wouldn't make sense, would it? I want to look at this. So draw data command list, like let's have a look at if we're doing that part right. Actually going through and doing the draw data. I mean, it looks like it. So it's because the draw data is specifically and this obviously happens, I guess, per viewport. Why would there be so many in a single viewport? And see, that's the other thing, like there are certain fences and stuff here. We may need to add more synchronization as well. But this does look correct. Like in terms of it's what we're doing. It's what the correct implementation is doing as well. It's extremely similar. Like, I'm just wondering when this gets executed, this command list. I'm a bit sus as to the swap chain and like when it decides to present, I guess. Because here they've got a very clear render window function that obviously uses semaphores that are actually stored inside the frame data. Like, also, sorry, inside, well, actually, maybe these aren't. Yeah, inside WD, which is inside the actual viewport, you know? Because it's obviously per viewport. And so, obviously, we can't. But this isn't really aware of it. It kind of treats it as like a global thing. But I don't know if it can do that really. And then obviously swap buffers. Alright. Yeah, that's the queue submit has to wait. So we Oh, but hang on, but it's got its own swap chain, so that doesn't make sense. I forgot. This isn't a global swap chain. So it has its own semaphores. It's got its own everything. And we have submitted work to the graphics queue, right? So then the question is, I guess, why are we're trying to draw all of this stuff, but we're not seeing anything. Now, it's worth noting that the font texture is empty because I don't think we actually made it, but that's surely not going to cause... Yeah, so here's... this is undefined, apparently. It's a bit worrying. Here's ImGui font texture. That's weird as well. Because we are actually seeing stuff. Oh, but this is, yeah, 3 windows. I mean, this is 3 drawers in 1 window, apparently. But either way, we're not seeing anything meaningful being rendered here. Let's have a look at, like, the... have a look at the mesh viewer. Whoa. Yeah, so this is not, this is the main window. How? This is supposed to be per viewport. That's so strange. That's fine. Yeah, so we probably should set the font texture. Yeah, that's all correct. Okay. One thing we can do real quick. Just as like a little sanity check, is we could just, because this has to sound, oh yeah, that's why it's white actually, because there's no texture. Let's do outcolor equals, let's set this to like pink or something. So I just want to see, hopefully that should compile. Let's just see if we're getting an image, because it's the fact that we're getting all that weird tearing makes me think that we're not, come on. Computer's crashing. Makes me think that we're not, nah, the computer's literally frozen. Makes me think that we're not actually rendering properly, because if we were at least clearing our frame, if we were getting a consistently black image, that's one thing, but because we're getting weird stuff, oh well. Damn, Hazel just used like 1,000 gigabytes of memory. I should probably fix that. Why is this still locked? I ended it, there we go. Hazel uses both GLSL and HLSL. Some shaders are HLSL and some are GLSL. Most are GLSL. The monitor I'm using is, but this is gonna be hard because I can't, how am I gonna drag out the window if I can't see it? But yeah, this is like partially black, which is not good. See that one? And then the other window I obviously can't see. I could have just tinted it that color, but whatever. Let's do the font texture. So I think, where do we do that? Here. I think we just do it before we render or something inside ImGui layer. Yeah, in begin. I guess we can just do it here. Yeah, it'll only do it if it needs to be done. But yeah, I don't know. It's very strange. Either it's out of sync or something's weird, or it's just not clearing it. We have to have a look at that render state and if it's like clearing or not. Jan didn't find my joke funny. Yeah, sorry, I didn't really get it. I'm not in a joking mood right now. Oh, wow, where's half my windows? What? Scene hierarchy's out here now. Okay, well, yeah, this is ridiculous. So there is definitely something wrong with the synchronization or the swap chain or something. So we gotta fix that first. It could just be as simple as clearing, but again, it's weird. It's working for the main window. It's not working for this. Something must still be weird in terms of the main window, maybe. The other problem is that the queues, obviously there's one queue as far as it comes, but the swap chain, I don't know if the swap chain is meant for multiple queues as well. That's the thing. Because there can't be multiple queues. So the fact that, for example, it tries to do this is weird. Like, let's not do that. How close do you think you are to finishing this engine? Yeah, I don't think I'll ever finish it. Like, as in, it's not... We obviously have, like, a release we want to do. Kind of version 1. It's already available, but if you... I'm going to make it free. So that's going to be kind of version 1-ish. And that will happen at some point. Okay, so that's exactly the same. Nice. But aside from that, in terms of finishing it, I don't think I'll ever be like, it's done. I'm moving on with my life, you know? Yeah, the way that this is put together is a little bit annoying because the way it seems to be set up is it's specifically waiting like for, it's adding a wait semaphore to the graphics queue. And I mean, this is simply waiting for the last one to finish. It's not actually waiting for the rendering to finish. And I guess it's not... I don't know if, because this command list, right? Do we... can we set things on that? So when we do execute command list, which is on the device, where's the actual function? It'll be in like Vulkan device. So, this does queue submit. I know Q has like, you know, add wait semaphore, add signal semaphores. And so I guess that means when you submit, it uses those, I guess, right? Yeah. So here's like wait semaphores and here's signal semaphores. So you can manually add them to a queue, I guess, before you submit it. But there's only certain instances of the queue anyway. Because the thing is, queues are not like command buffers, so you can record command buffers like multi-threaded, for example, but you still have to synchronize the submission to a queue because there's only one graphics queue basically on the GPU. Well, there is, yeah. There's only one graphics queue, and that's all the work that gets submitted has to happen there. So therefore, when we actually do like this command list or whatever, that can happen however you want. But then when you do device execute command list, which is going to submit it to that queue, that has to be synchronized somewhat. So what's going to happen at the moment is it's going to render the main window, execute the command list for the main window. What I'm still very suspicious about, I guess the benefit as well is we can technically run this, right? This is old Hazel. So as in Hazel, but before what I've just done to it. So we can actually see, for example, because I'm very suspicious at the moment about why we have, for example, 3 command lists inside the draw data. That's really weird. Because I thought draw data was per viewport. But I don't know. That's why it is very suspicious. And also we happen to have 3 draw lists and we happen to have 3 windows. And based on what I've seen in our RenderDoc, doesn't make sense either. But it's consistent here. So let's have a look at old Hazel. And we can see how that works. Like, for example, this rendered draw data. But I'm going to wait to make sure that I'm rendering not the main window, right? Where did my content browser panel go? Oh, did I also drag it out? That's strange. Okay, so if I drag this out now, so I've got my 2 viewports, and I put a breakpoint, like here. Ugh, what? Why is that not? Is that not using that? No, probably not. It's using this one. which is basically the same thing. Okay, so viewport, which one is this? This is the, not the main window, I think. I mean, can we see the size? Yeah, it's not the main viewport. So in this case, and it's coming from here, render platform windows. Yeah, it's already done the other one. We've done end command buffer. No, we haven't submitted it yet though. So that's another thing we could do. We could try and submit it. Oh yeah, that's annoying as well. I don't know, we'll see. But it hasn't actually submitted it yet. I don't know where it does the submission. I think it actually it's like the swap chain has this command buffer that happens once per frame. And I think everything goes into there. So it's a bit of a different design, but it doesn't matter. So we're in here. We have the viewport draw data with 5 command lists. And then I'm guessing, according to this code, we go through every single command list. Right, there's 5. So we do actually do that. And there's 3 command buffers. So it does seem like we do that for each viewport. Is that really correct? I mean, it has to be, right? How many viewports do we even have? Well, here we've got 2 viewports, but we've got 5 command lists in that viewport. And then can we see how many we had in the main? 9. So I guess that is fine. The thing is, like, we're technically also doing this for the main viewport, right? So we know that it's at least somewhat working because it works for the main viewport. The difference is that I guess the flow is different. So we come from application. When we do the main viewport, we come from application. We do app render ImGui, which does begin. That probably doesn't have to happen here, but anyway, it does begin. Doesn't all of this have to happen? I guess that happens on, I don't know. Because that's based on this window, so doesn't that have to happen for all the other ones? Anyway, I'm going new frame and does render, and then it does update platform windows, which I'm guessing does all that stuff like new frame. And it creates windows and sets sizes and everything. Platform update window, which is going to do the same thing. That should work. And then render platform windows goes through and does platform render window and then render it. Oh, so what does platform render window do? So that's inside GLFW. So render window ImGui viewport. Oh, nothing. So if I open GL, it would make context current, but for Vulkan, it would do nothing. Okay. Well, yeah, because it shouldn't really. And then render viewport. And then it does swap buffers. that's fine. I'm guessing this stuff is fine, otherwise it would have errored me. Window owned. Yeah, there are definitely a lot of missing pieces. So if we assume this is all correct, then I mean it does look like a lot of stuff to render. We're definitely doing QSubmit like 3 times, and then I'm guessing we're like waiting on that. Well, we should be waiting on that to finish. Yeah, so actually, I guess what I removed there does make sense. This, because we wait on the we wait on a present semaphore, but shouldn't we have? Well, since we submitted it to the graphics queue, it probably has that. Thanks 39-bit for 39 bits. It's funny. Yeah, this just makes sure, I'm pretty sure, and that's why we have this as well, just to make sure that we basically finish rendering, well, finish doing all the work on the graphics queue before we present, which makes sense. What doesn't make sense is why... Okay, so I reckon the first thing we should probably try to do, guys, is just get a clear color. Because I don't know why this is so broken, to be honest. It seems pretty straightforward. But nevertheless, it's broken. So... Why, like, we should be able to just get a... like a clear color. Because, so we set the graphics state, which I believe that will basically start. It will begin render pass, as you can see. Now it does say clear value count 0 though. So that's weird. If there's no frame buffer. Otherwise it'll skip it because we're just resetting the graphic state. But why does it not clear? I guess you're supposed to explicitly clear. Like, let's have a look at this. Set graphic state. Is there clear? Clear texture. Let's go back to Vulkan graphics. And I'll just have a look at the word clear, which appears once. Nice. Really? That's so strange. Yeah, I mean, you can clear the texture, but why is it so weird about it? And nothing seems to do VK command clear either. So how are you supposed to clear like the frame buffer if you want to? That's so strange. Does DirectX just not have an equivalent? Is that why they haven't implemented it? I don't really remember. Clear state's probably not going to do that. Yeah. That's so strange. Does it say anything about clearing? Or at least what the situation is? Has anyone... Do you know when you'll be able to post the VODs? Yeah, like today I'm going to post one and probably one every day from now. I've already got them, most of them exported on onto YouTube. I just need to trim them a bit. And then, yeah, I'll publish them. So on the Cherno Unplugged channel. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like clear texture is like the only thing, but is it even a texture? Because the thing is, I don't think it is, because oh, it is. Yeah, so we do store them as textures. So that's what our swap chain images are. They've got an RHI handle, which means I guess we could clear them. Well, let's try that, but I'm a little bit suspicious about it because it's odd. I'm guessing it's a uint texture. So is this a frame buffer? Can we just get it from the texture. Frame buffer attachment has a texture. Technically it's got that, so we can try that. Is there an all? Try that. I have no idea what's gonna happen. What's likely to happen though is me ending the stream soon, because it's been like 4 hours. It's still black, bro. Okay, well now it's like not tearing. So I guess you could call that an improvement. But it's black. Like it's not, I guess it's trying to render something. That's why it's black and not like pink. But it's not rendering anything. But it's, I guess it's better in a way. I don't know if it actually is. Cherno, a while ago you posted a video titled Vulkan Journey. I think was the title name, and you basically described something you were doing wrong in Vulkan that when corrected doubled your frame rate. I remember watching the video and not really understanding what it was you fixed. Do you think you could explain better here? Yeah, I remember that. So it's pretty simple. Basically, I was storing, I think it was the mesh vertices. So the mesh data, or it was either the mesh data or the textures. But basically I was storing the actual vertex, we'll assume it was the vertex data for the meshes that I was drawing. Instead of storing it in GPU memory, I was storing it in CPU memory. And so every single time it wanted to draw like a mesh and every little vertex of that mesh, instead of just accessing GPU memory, which is on the GPU very fast, ready to go, it had to pull back into like CPU RAM to actually get that data. And obviously the CPU to GPU bridge is not that fast. And so obviously that made the frame rate quite slow. It was either that or texture data, like, you know, the image pixels of the textures were on the CPU RAM instead of GPU VRAM. So yeah, that was subtle, but but devastating. NVRHI utils clear color attachment. Oh, now that looks promising. Huh. Oh, so that does basically what I'm doing. Cool. Yeah, that's nice. Thanks, Elects. That's basically what I'm doing. Except I'm not using texture float because it's not a float texture, but NVRHI, I guess. Utils, right? That's probably just NVRHI. No, it's NVRHI utils. Might need to include that. What does it expect? RGBA 1011. I'll see if this doesn't, because since it's using float instead, maybe it will actually make it pink, because obviously if it's float data and you're putting in the weird stuff, I mean, yeah, anyway, we'll see. Maybe this is a more universal function. I don't know, you probably can do that in, oh yes, here it is. Sweet. Check this out. So I'm actually getting this now here. So that confirms it then. The swap chain is working great. Right? It's just and so I can pop these in, and then as soon as I drag them out, we get that pink. So it looks like this is all working. So it looks like it's like actually the draw data or something that's being weird. This is good. This is good. This means we're probably close. Because if we can draw that, then why would nothing else be working? I mean, I'm guessing this stuff is okay. Because it's the same as what we were using. And obviously it's doing the set push constants and everything, which are updated for this specific display, for the specific viewport, I mean. So that stuff actually all looks pretty good. My camera's getting hot. Just unplug the power from it. Hopefully it won't overheat and shut down soon. If it does, I'm editing the stream. That'll be the benchmark. That'll be the thing that makes me stop, because I really want to solve this. I definitely don't like the way I'm doing these pipelines. Well, we've only got 7 in this renderer. So there's 1 per swap chain and per size, I guess. I mean, it should be alright. Well, this should all be the same, you know? That's so strange, because yeah, this is kind of identical to obviously the other one. So what could it be? What could it be? Could it just be like, yeah, the position or something weird? It's probably something really silly. Something that we will hate when we discover it. Let's launch this again through RenderDoc, and now that we have an actual clear color, we can see what's wrong. Maybe. It's just weird. It's like, where is it rendering it to, you know? And yeah, didn't we look at it and it looked like it was the main window? That's what was bizarre. Okay, so this, right? Window 1 active, so now we're in this window. Let's F12 that. And then here it is, right? So that's just other stuff that we don't worry about. Command clear image, and then we get 1011. Is that the only clear that we have? No, we have 3 clears. Why do we have 3 clears? We do a clear once here. Oh, I guess it no, that's weird. I mean, again, suspiciously we have 3 windows. I don't know, like it kind of seems like it's almost happening multiple times. I mean, this is doing 1 frame. It should be anyway. But also you can see that these are different sizes, right? These are different sizes. So, and then when we do the draw calls, which we do quite a lot of, you can see that it's actually showing that it's drawing the main window into this swap chain image. So like, why? Unless it's just not sure, because maybe it captures like the queue and the queue does everything. Because that's the other thing. I guess that's the other tell though. I guess that does make sense. This is probably the main one. The reason why is because this is an entire frame. So even though it's this window, it's obviously capturing the whole queue, not just the context of that one window. And you can see that like we begin marker ImGui. Maybe we should tag this with the viewport ID, but we begin the marker here. So it'd be good if we had like, well, yeah, it's impossible to have that, but we could tag it with the ID. But anyway, that's probably why we're seeing 3. So that's actually correct, I guess. So then we submit that, and then we start the next one, which is a different size. And this is the one that we don't really render correctly at all. And the input looks ridiculous most of the time, and the output is obviously incorrect. This is actually the one that's this one here, the content browser. So let's skip that one because this next one's much more simple and we can maybe focus on it. So what do we do in between, by the way? So end render pass store. We do what looks like 2 submissions because, well, 2 end command buffer and then a begin command submit. Because there's one in the swap chain and there's one here. And then we do command clear image, and then here's a begin render pass load, but we cleared the image, which is good. So it always does a command begin render pass load. That's why we have to clear it manually, and that's why it was flickering before probably. And then we do command draw indexed with 151 things, which gets us just this, which seems wrong. So let's have a look at the mesh viewer maybe and see what it's trying to draw. Okay, well, that looks correct, funnily enough, because if you look, I think this is the properties window. You can see obviously that we have like some stuff here, and I mean, that looks fine. It's 1 draw call. And if we look at the other ones, you can see, I don't know why there was so much stuff. This actually looks a bit weird. Like, this does not look correct to me. That being said, I don't really know what it's trying to draw, but it does look weird. But like, this looks correct, kind of. So it is strange. But anyway, back to the more simple example of this. That looks reasonable. But you can see Vertex Shader out gives us this. Look. So this is beginning to actually tell us what's going on. I wish I could, yeah, look. So this is our window, and this is where we're rendering this. So we're actually rendering outside of our window, which is why we're not seeing anything. So I don't know, maybe I need to check this again. Because you can see this is our viewport and then this is our geometry. It's outside. Scale clip rects. I don't know if this does anything or if it should. And then obviously scale and translate are what we're using. which is kind of what I was using, like, that's what we were using, I think, in older Hazel, inside setup render state. This. And that does seem correct. And then if we still have that shader around, then we multiply the position by the scale and then add that, which does seem correct. So strange. So strange. So it's gotta be, yeah, I don't know. Because this is important, right? Because this is what moves the geometry, right? I'm not 100% sure why it multiplies this by this. Yeah, by the scale that we just created. That's what the original code does. And update geometry doesn't try and do that or anything, does it? No, it doesn't touch the actual data. It just reallocates it if it needs to. And this is for the clipping rectangles, which again, it's just not on the screen, I think, is the problem. Right? After the vertex shader. So the viewport here is doing viewport size x times scale. Yeah, which, I mean, here is doing draw. It's a little bit different here, but again, that shouldn't really change it. We can try with that though, but it's just, this is just not computing. Is basically the issue at the moment. Let's try to go slower. It's just a stupid camera. And then we got the scale and the translation. So that's interesting. So minus 11, minus 6. That almost looks like the amount that it's off by. But it does the scaling first and then... But isn't translate huge? That doesn't make sense though, look. So this is minus 1, and then we subtract display position times scale, but scale is absolutely tiny. So display position would have to be insanely big for it not to counteract that. Because look, scale is 0.005. So this is clearly tiny. You know, if we multiply something by 0.005, right? So like let's 0.005. So 0.005 times, for example, where would it be on the display? Well, let's just say 2000. Oh, well, no, actually, I guess that's 10, which is not as small as I thought it would be. Well, yeah, okay, that works. And then we subtract that from -1, so we get -11. So, and that's what we're seeing in our translate. Is that the kind of thing we're getting here? Let's have a look. Hey, Cherno, I didn't know you live streamed. Well, I do. I don't know what else to say to that. Surprise. Although this stream has been a bit of a struggle. This is old Hazel. Okay, so I'm trying to find didn't I put a breakpoint in like here? Okay, so I've got it kind of in the same-ish place. So what are we dealing with? Yeah, see, like minus 1.2. The scale is much smaller though, 0.001 and 0.002. Display position, oh, this might be the wrong one. This is the main window actually. Okay, now we're in, yeah, well, -2, -6, I guess that's fine. Yeah. And then scale 0.006. Yeah. I mean, I guess it looks the same, but why is it working here and not there? So yeah, so these are the right values, it seems. And then what happens in the shader is we multiply the positions by that scale and then add that translation, which is also in scale space, to presumably get it onto the screen. I wonder if it's like a weird flippy thing. I mean, it can't, it's off on the horizontal axis though. Is there anything different in the math? Surely not though. I kind of want to look at what this was originally as well. I think I committed it. I mean, we can probably look at it here. We did, yeah, we did do, I mean, it was flipped for some reason. So we changed it. And this does seem correct. This is really annoying. What I guess what I want to do, just because we know roughly what the result is here, but it's so strange. Like, why would it be off? Because the thing is, it looks correct. I think. Like, we went through this and it looks correct. And it works for the main window. That's the other thing, right? It works for the main window. Yeah, the viewport should be correct. It's just this. I mean, it's not setting as a min max. Maybe it should. I don't know. It looks the same as what we were doing here, I think. So 0, 0, width, height. And that width height is calculated the same way, I think. Spent like all day in this function. So it looks both like the wrong scale and it's just everything is just wrong. It's just the wrong scale and it's the wrong position. How? How does that happen? And this is just ridiculous. Like, this is clearly wrong. Like, what's happening here? Why is this so messed up? Okay, we're gonna have to run, I think we're gonna run RenderDoc. We're gonna run the net version of Hazel. Maybe we'll do release so it's faster. Because I want to see what it looks like. And if it looks that messed up or weird. Specifically, well, I guess the content browser would be nice, but anyway. So if we grab, like, I don't know, properties, or I don't even know where that was. Oh, here it is, properties. So this is that same window we were looking at. So if we just pop it like here, and then we capture it. That work? Wow, it's a long capture. I guess it's doing a lot more. So we need to find, that's whatever. We need to find where it's actually rendering that. Unfortunately, I don't seem to have ImGui annotated here. Oh, here it is. Here it is. This is the draw call. So if we have a look at the mesh viewer, so yeah, this is the vertex shader out, obviously. It's perfect. Oh, this is so finicky. Well, yeah, there it is. And then the vertex shader in just looks like this. So I think this is basically what we were seeing, but obviously out was wrong. These values maybe are different as well. It's worth noting. And I guess here's the VS output, so we can see what it makes it. Obviously, it's sticking between that -1 to 1 range. That's why we see it in the window. And if we have a look at the rest of this, so we did have the push constants, which were these values, which again seem reasonable. And that's basically all we care about at this point. I guess I can start another instance of RenderDoc and try to figure it out, just so we can keep referring back to that. Close this. What? My pixels have gone. They've ditched me. Oh, okay, I'm gonna give this another 15 minutes and then I'm out. Okay, so here we have, so in terms of the values being different, they're both plausible. Obviously, they both seem fine. I mean, the translation does seem a lot more, but I guess if we look at the mesh viewer and then the output, wait, that's the good one. Then you can see that it's out. And then if you look here, this is obviously very messed up, these values. They should be between -1 and 1, all of them. And they go up to like 6 or something. But also, this seems weird, maybe, because it goes from 111 to 1719, and it repeats that a lot. So maybe like the actual vertex data is weird. But the thing is, it seems to work. Like, it seems to make something that looks not bad. I mean, if we look at vertex input here, so these are basically the same windows. So these should look similar. And I guess they are kind of messed up. Like, look at all those little things versus this. And you can see this kind of defines a triangle. And then you got the text. Whereas this just looks, it looks almost right, but it's also just looks wrong. And then there's supposed to be that thing in the bottom, which we can see in the right version, but then not here. So the input does seem strange, and you can see that all the range of all of these is like around 300 on X, because it's in pixels, and obviously the window is that size. Whereas here, we go from like 111 to 1719, which is a huge range. Same here. So it's, and that's before transformation. This is after transformation. So this is after the scale bias, after the scale translate. So basically the actual raw geometry is wrong inside the vertex buffer. So nothing to do with the shader or anything we're doing. It's just the actual vertex data is incorrect. And also you can kind of tell, like, there's a lot of the same values. Let's have a quick look at this state. This is like the input assembly kind of state. I just want to make sure this is all correct. So we got A position UV color, which that looks the same. But yeah, you can see here, like, the values look very consistent. Whereas over here, they're all over the place, and they've got a lot of zeros on the end, and it's just all messed up. So what happened to our vertex data? Because update geometry does something with that. Obviously, to our command list, I'm guessing. So as soon as we start rendering and we open this, it does a clear and then it does update geometry. But again, that doesn't actually do anything. Like, that just makes sure that we reallocate the buffer if we need to. So that's all it does, and then it does do a mem copy and convert all vertices into single continuous. So I guess it does do this every frame. So, well, every frame that maybe it changes, I don't know. It'll do this like 3 times or whatever, because we had quite a few. Although actually maybe for that window it would do it once. Then it does right buffer. Now how quickly does it do that though? Because that's another thing. It could be not done in time or something, but also here it goes, I guess, vertex count, index offset, p command element count. Let's have a quick look at that as well. Element count, index offset plus global index offset, vertex offset plus global offset. So where does it calculate this stuff? It's just 0. Okay, what? Okay, that's a bit weird. So this apparently should be, the draw command actually has index offsets, and then it has like this kind of global index offset. So that's what it should be. And for the vertex, it's exactly the same. It's got a vertex offset plus this offset. And then this offset should be the vertex buffer size, which it is. And then this offset should be, well, yeah, element count's fine, but I guess they use, which I would also probably prefer to use, the index buffer size. So let's try that. Again, I like, this is just offsetting it, so it's not like the values, I think, were the values, unless it was like weirdly jumping around. So I don't know if this will fix anything, but it definitely seemed wrong. Oh, that actually broke everything. What? Now, why would that have broken everything? Wait, location. Is that in terms of... I'm guessing it's not bytes, maybe. And maybe this is in bytes. That's a possibility. No, but it did this based on size, didn't it? Yeah, so then why is that broken? That's suspicious. Let's have a look at how this gets fed into draw indexed. Oh, it looks, well, is that a Vulkan function? Command buffer, VK command, yeah, okay, it is, I think. Okay, so yeah, so it actually does get fed in exactly, so it's not in bytes, it's the same. That's weird, because yeah, that's exactly what this is doing. And what was it before? It was just accumulating. So it was just index offset. And these both start at 0, so just index offset and vertex offset, plus it was accumulating. Oh, you know what it is? This has to happen here. We'll see if that fixes it. Because it was doing it per draw list for some reason, whereas it should be outside of all the draw lists. Oh, so it even should be outside of that. Oh, no. No, this is right. Okay, good. So where's my viewport? I mean, I keep losing everything. Okay, that is definitely wrong. It's also not movable anymore. Nice. So there's properties. Okay, I can move it now, but... Oh. Oh man, this is so messed up. And it's also wrong. I'm still kind of hung up on the fact that those vertices are just really weird. Like, are they... Where do they come from? That's what I'm also interested in, actually. So where do we get the data? So the data is coming from ImGui. So we actually have this vertex buffer, and we have this ImDrawVert, which is a vec2, and a u32. That's the struct layout. And that's what we have here. I mean, we have a color here, but... And don't forget that it's just the viewports that are weird, right? The main window renders fine, which is what makes this really bizarre. Maybe update geometry should just happen once per frame. I'm wondering where that happens here. I mean, there does look like there's vertex size, create or resize buffer, and this does actually happen per... That's weird though, but this is draw data for specifically this draw data. So where does it get the vertices from? Vertex buffer size, vertex buffer memory, and where's the actual map memory? And then we do a mem copy from, so the command list actually has the vertex buffer. Yeah, which is this. And that's that's relative to draw data. Oh. Oh man. Oh, that's so annoying. Ugh. Okay, so we should probably tell it the draw data. That's actually really annoying. It was reading it from the main thing all the time. So yeah, that's super annoying. So that's the draw data you're supposed to use. And then it's got its own vertex buffer per viewport, I guess. Which is what this is doing. It's I think anyway. Yeah, it's specific to that viewport. It's per viewport. So that needs to, this will probably fix it. I don't know if I'll have to undo anything, but yeah. Yeah, but that vertex data being completely wrong was a big hint because those spans were probably panels inside the main viewport, and that's why they were off to the top left, because that's where it was. But it was still like the shape was weird, and I don't know what was going on. I mean, I guess the offsets maybe and the sizes were correct within the buffer, but it's just the data was wrong because it was in the wrong place within the vertex buffer to begin with. It was just misaligned, I guess. So that's what I'm thinking. What a day. Still compiling. Okay. Guys, we did it. Look. We did it. I mean, this weird scene hierarchy. This is like what was happening with the content browser. It's super weird. But aside from that, you can see it now works. Damn. So yeah, it was that. So where's the content browser? See, I also can't move that. So we still have, and now I can move the scene hierarchy. So it's like window number 1 or whatever. I bet this is window 1. You can't move, but you can see it renders correctly. And all of this stuff works. And I can dock this back. And that works. And I can resize and everything looks good. But this one content browser weirdo window is weird. Oh, that's so exciting. I'm actually really happy. Oh, it's nice when you can end on a positive note. Okay, so I don't know what the performance is like and if we're doing any weird things. It seems to be okay. And yeah, this is obviously weird, but I don't really care. It's weird. It's like obviously getting input events and everything, but it's just like dragging the window is super weird. Like it doesn't work. And I bet content browser is window number 1. So yeah, anyway, thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed the live stream. Next time, I'm probably going to stream Monday evening again. Just follow the Twitch schedule. So I've got a schedule on my Twitch channel and I update that. I keep that pretty up to date. So if you want to see when I'm streaming next, if I do like a random live stream, I'll usually chuck it in the schedule, or if something changes, I'll do that as well. So that's probably the best place. Other than that, thank you for watching. Patreon.com/Cherno if you want to help support Hazel and also get access to everything that I'm doing here. I might do a little commit now, actually, since everything's up and running. Yeah, thank you guys for watching. I will see you next time. Goodbye.